history, there have been a total of 54 Finals MVP winners, and in only one of those 54 instances was there a player who won the award despite playing for the losing team. That was the first Finals MVP, which was Jerry West in 1969. Jerry certainly earned the award as he was clearly the best player over the course of the series, averaging close to 40 points per game. But ever since that one instance, the NBA has changed its method on selecting the Finals MVP winner, strictly giving the award to players on the winning team. But what if we return to that original formula, disregarding who won and who lost and all the narratives that come along with it, and instead just gave the MVP to the player who was honestly the best player on the court during that series? Well, if we did that, things would change up quite a bit. Today, we're looking at every Finals MVP award of NBA history, and let me know in a comment if you agree or disagree with these choices. In 1969, the Boston Celtics defeated the Los Angeles Lakers in 7 games, and despite being on the losing side, Jerry West was selected as the series MVP. On this new list, he's keeping the award, comfortably ahead of John Havlicek. As I mentioned in the intro, this was the only instance in NBA history where they gave the Finals MVP to a player on the losing team. And they did it for good reason, as he individually had one of the greatest series performances of all time. To start the series, he dropped 53 points and 10 assists on 51% shooting. This is the only time in NBA history where a player scored 50 points while getting double-digit assists. To close the series, he put up 42 points, 13 rebounds, and 12 assists on 48% shooting. This game and Jimmy Butler's game in 2020 are the only 2 instances where a player got a 40-point triple-double in the NBA Finals. On the series as a whole, he averaged a stunning 37.9 points, 7.4 assists, and 4.7 rebounds on 49% shooting. It's also worth mentioning that West did much of this damage on an injured hamstring, which occurred in Game 5 of the series. John Havlicek put up his own quality stat line averages. But let's be real here, there was no real debate on who was the best individual player throughout the series, as West deserved the award without question. In 1970, the New York Knicks defeated the Los Angeles Lakers in 7 games, and Willis Reed was selected as the Finals MVP. But on my list, he's losing the award to the Lakers' Jerry West. In terms of a victorious impact, Reed certainly deserved the award as he put up some nice averages over the course of a long series. But for the second year in a row, West was obviously the best player on the court, regardless of the fact that he was on the losing team. Over the course of those 7 games, West put up averages of 31.3 points, 7.7 assists, and 3.4 rebounds on 45% shooting. He led all Lakers players in points, assists, and minutes, as he was clearly the main reason why the series went 7 games, regardless of the well-rounded team effort of the championship-winning Knicks. In 1971, the Milwaukee Bucks swept the inferior Baltimore Bullets, and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was named the Finals MVP, and he's certainly keeping the award, as he was clearly the best player throughout the series. The series was never close, as the Bucks won nearly every game by double-digit points. At the time, Kareem was known by his original name, Lou Alcindor, but as far as I can tell, he was the same superstar that he's always been, as he put up stellar averages of 27 points, 18.5 rebounds, and 2.8 assists on an insanely efficient 60.5% shooting from the field. Oscar Robertson was his usual self, as he contributed significantly in many ways offensively. But regardless, Kareem was clearly the more dominant player, as none of the Bullets' bigs had any answers for him. In 1972, the Los Angeles Lakers got their revenge and defeated the New York Knicks in 5 games. Wilt Chamberlain was named the Finals MVP, and on my new list, he actually keeps the award, slightly ahead of Gail Goodrich, Jerry West, and Walt Frazier. At this point in his career, Wilt gave the exact level of production that you would expect, as he averaged nearly 20 points on 60% shooting, while pulling down a remarkable 23.2 rebounds a game. You'd be wrong to think that this was the only way he impacted the series though, as a more mature Wilt fully embraced his role as a fierce rim protector. It's unfortunate that block shots were not officially tracked at this point in his career, but the only game where his blocks were unofficially tracked was in the Game 5 clincher, where Chamberlain swatted away a total of 6 shots. Like I said before, Gail Goodrich, Jerry West, and Walt Frazier each had a fantastic series on an individual level, but none of them were able to stand out in more ways than Chamberlain did in these finals. In 1973, the New York Knicks defeated the Los Angeles Lakers for the second time in the decade, and Willis Reed was named the Finals MVP. But on my list, he's barely losing the award to his teammate Walt Frazier. Of the entire decade, this was certainly the hardest series to choose, as both teams had an extremely well-rounded series between their star players. Willis Reed was selected as the series MVP mostly because he was the player who had the best performance in the clinching 5th game. But I would argue that his teammate Walt Frazier delivered in more ways than Reed over the course of the series, as he was not only one of the team's top scorers, but he was also one of the top rebounders, and he led all players in assists per game. Wilt Chamberlain was rebounding as well as ever, but in this final season of his career, he just didn't have it anymore offensively, as he averaged well below what he was accustomed to. On top of that, he shot only 36.8% from the free throw line, which made him somewhat of a liability offensively. When all things are considered, I'm most comfortable giving the award to Frazier for that series. In 1974, the Boston Celtics defeated the Milwaukee Bucks in a hard-fought 7-game series, and John Havlicek was rewarded with the Finals MVP. But this time, he's losing the award to the individually dominant Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Although it wasn't his most efficient series, Havlicek did lead his Celtics offense, while putting up some great all-around averages across the board. The thing is, Kareem was the only reason the Bucks ever stood a chance in the first place, as he poured in 32.6 points, 12.1 rebounds, 5.4 assists, and 2.1 blocks on 52.4% shooting. Dave Cowens was an NBA All-Defensive player at the center position, but with that being said, he was completely at the mercy of Kareem's skyhook shot, as the 6'9 center could only pray that Kareem would miss. Unfortunately for Abdul-Jabbar, he was lacking significant help offensively, while the Celtics had many legitimate weapons on their roster, which resulted in them ultimately winning the championship. Regardless, there's no doubt in my mind that Kareem was the best player that series. In 1975, the Golden State Warriors swept the Washington Bullets, and the high-scoring Rick Barry was selected as the Finals MVP. And on this list, he keeps the award, well ahead of Washington's Elvin Hayes. This was actually a pretty low-scoring series overall, as both teams averaged below 100 points per game. But don't tell that fact to the Warriors' small forward, Rick Barry, as he was the one exception of a player who exploded offensively. Over the course of the 4 games, Barry averaged 29.5 points, 5 assists, 4 rebounds, and a whopping 3.5 steals on 44.4% shooting from the field. I have to take a moment to praise his astonishing pickpocket skills, as his 3.5 steals per game average is the most ever in an NBA Finals series, and second place isn't even close. Elvin Hayes certainly did his job in terms of securing the boards, but he was nowhere close to the level of impact that Barry had on both sides of the court, which is why he's the obvious winner for these finals. In 1976, the Boston Celtics defeated the Phoenix Suns in 6 games, and the Celtics point guard JoJo White was named the Finals MVP, but on my list, he loses the award to his teammate Dave Cowens. JoJo White certainly had some attention-grabbing performances throughout the series, like in Game 5, when he played a total of 60 minutes in a triple overtime victory where he dropped 33 points, 9 assists, and 6 rebounds on 52% shooting. He was the standout performer in a contest that was considered for a while as the greatest game ever played. That was a major factor in why the voters ultimately selected him. The thing is, he had some real stinkers as well, like in Game 2 when he shot only 2 of 12 from the field, and in the clinching game, he was only 5 of 15. Not only did Cowens average nearly as many points over the course of the series, but he was also way more efficient. Along with that, Cowens led all players in rebounds by a significant margin, which was a huge factor in the Celtics winning that series. When you consider the series as a whole, I definitely think the voters got it wrong on this one. In 1977, the Portland Trail Blazers defeated the Philadelphia 76ers in 6 games, and Bill Walton was named the Finals MVP. As incredible as he was, Walton is losing the award to the more individually dominant Julius Erving. When healthy, which wasn't very often, Bill Walton was one of the greatest centers to ever play the game of basketball, as he could hurt you in so many ways, whether it be his finesse scoring, his underrated passing, his solid rebounding, or his fantastic rim protection. All of those aspects were present throughout this series, as he averaged these numbers throughout the 6 games. Considering the fact that the Blazers won the series, I don't have a problem with him being chosen as the MVP. But if we're being honest about who was actually the best player that series, It had to have been the doctor, as he appeared to be in his prime shape. Many people view Julius Erving as the Michael Jordan before there was a Michael Jordan, and he certainly played like it this series, as he averaged 30.3 points, 6.8 rebounds, 5 assists, 2.7 steals, and 1.2 blocks, on an extremely efficient 54.3% from the field. He easily led the 76ers in points, efficiency, assists, and steals, while playing the most amount of minutes. Again, Walton was very solid in his own right, but if you ask me, Dr. J simply excelled to another level. In 1978, the Washington Bullets defeated the Seattle Supersonics in 7 games, and Wes Unseld was named the Finals MVP. But on my list, he's definitely losing the award to his teammate Elvin Hayes. This was the series that truly convinced me that the voters were weird in the 1970s. It kinda seems like the final impressions mattered more significantly to the voters, considering how Unseld slightly outplayed Hayes in the 7th and deciding game, which may have been what gave him the edge. But other than that, Elvin Hayes was clearly the more productive player throughout the series. A good example of this was in Game 3, where Unseld scored 2 points and added 12 rebounds on only 1 of 4 shooting, compared to Elvin Hayes, who dropped 29 points and 20 rebounds on 12 of 24 shooting. Over the series as a whole, he more than doubled Unseld's scoring average, while getting more rebounds, steals, and blocks. Honestly, this might be the most questionable Finals MVP that I've ever seen, as there's no legitimate argument that I can find for Unseld, which is why I found it puzzling that they didn't give the award to Hayes in the first place. In 1979, the Seattle Supersonics got their redemption, as they defeated the Washington Bullets in 5 games. In this series, Dennis Johnson was selected as the Finals MVP, and on my list, he keeps the award, slightly ahead of his teammate Gus Williams. Dennis Johnson did a little bit of everything for his Sonics in this series, as he put up 22.6 points, 6 rebounds, 6 assists, 1.2 steals, and 2.2 blocks on 45.9% shooting. Despite his well-rounded play, Johnson wasn't actually the team's #1 scoring option, which was his teammate Gus Williams. Williams was the starting point guard, and he averaged an efficient 29 points per game over the course of the series. The thing is, that's about the only area where he excelled over Johnson, as DJ operated as the floor general. Just like Johnson's future days with the Celtics, he was known as a great defensive player in Seattle and was consistently frustrating the Washington Bullets offense with his smothering on-ball defense and with his underrated shot blocking. When you look at the complete body of work, Johnson was certainly the more deserving player, regardless of the fact that he was only the second scoring option. In 1980, the Lakers won the championship over the Philadelphia 76ers in 6 games, and the rookie, Magic Johnson, was named the Finals MVP, and on this new list, he keeps the award, barely ahead of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. It was a very hard-fought series, with most games finishing with a single-digit deficit. Kareem famously got injured in the 5th game in the series, which resulted in Magic Johnson starting at center for Game 6. And what ensued was arguably the greatest individual performance in NBA Finals history, as Magic put up 42 points, 15 rebounds, 7 assists, and 3 steals on 60.9% shooting, and the Lakers won the game with a final score of 123-107. The thing is, Kareem was definitely on track to win that Finals MVP, but I chose to give it to Magic simply because of the value of 6 games played compared to only 5. On the series, Kareem put up 33.4 points, 13.6 rebounds, 3.2 assists, and 4.6 blocks on 54.9% shooting. Compare that to Magic, who poured in 21.5 points, 11.2 rebounds, 8.7 assists, and 2.7 steals on 57.3% shooting. Again, you could definitely argue that Kareem was the stronger force when he was available, but regardless of the voting style, it's hard for me to take the award from a great player who was impactful throughout the entire series and not just most of it. In 1981, the Boston Celtics defeated the Houston Rockets in 6 games, and Cedric Maxwell was named the Finals MVP, but on this new list, he loses the award to Larry Bird. Generally, basketball fans don't talk about this series all that much, but back in the day, this was one of the more controversial Finals MVPs that the league had seen. Cedric Cornbread Maxwell is one of the more underappreciated players of league history, and he certainly had a tremendous impact on the series as he put up 17.7 points, 9.5 rebounds, and 2.8 assists on 56.8% shooting. He was definitely the best player in the crucial fifth game, and he slightly outscored Larry over the course of the series while being much more efficient. But with that being said, I'm still surprised they gave him the award since Larry was the more impactful player in pretty much every other aspect. On the series, Bird put up averages of 15.3 points, 15.3 rebounds, 7 assists, and 2.3 steals on 41.9% shooting. One of the most crucial factors heading into this series was which team was going to win the Battle of the Boards. The Rockets may have been seen as favorites to win that category, but the Celtics ultimately won that battle in the finals, and the player who deserves the most credit for that is easily Larry Legend, who even nearly out-rebounded one of the greatest rebounders ever, Moses Malone. If that doesn't tell you how impactful Bird was on the boards, then absolutely nothing will. On top of that, he was easily the best distributor and the best pickpocket throughout the series, as he led both teams in both assists and steals. Again, not trying to take any credit away from the underrated Maxwell, but sometimes the most obvious and expected choice for the award is in fact the correct choice. In 1982, the Los Angeles Lakers defeated the Philadelphia 76ers in 6 games, and Magic Johnson was named the Finals MVP, and he's keeping the award ahead of guys like Julius Erving and Andrew Toney. Not much controversy to this one, so I'll make it brief, as this was just your typical Magic Johnson performance as he led his Lakers with a near triple-double average of 16.2 points, 10.8 rebounds, 8 assists, and 2.5 steals on 53.3% shooting. Dr. J and Andrew Toney gave it their best shot and were able to keep the series competitive with their solid production, but ultimately, Magic was just too much as he controlled the game in several aspects and easily led all players overall in rebounding. In 1983, the 76ers got their revenge and swept the Los Angeles Lakers. Moses Malone was the Finals MVP, and on this new list, he's keeping the award, ahead of the Lakers' Magic Johnson. The 83 76ers are considered as one of the greatest teams of NBA history, and Moses was clearly the best player on that squad. Over the 4-game series, the big man averaged 25.8 points, 18 rebounds, 2 assists, 1.5 steals, and 1.5 blocks on 50.7% shooting. The only one who came close to rivaling his production was Magic Johnson, but the impact wasn't anywhere close as no one on either team averaged half as many rebounds as Moses did that series to go along with everything else he did to win those contests. In 1984, the Boston Celtics defeated the Los Angeles Lakers in 7 games, and Larry Bird was named the Finals MVP, and he's keeping the award ahead of Magic Johnson. It's worth appreciating that even when Magic doesn't win the award, he's usually the runner-up. This is famously a series that he would love to forget as he made critical errors down the stretches of games that briefly earned him the nickname Tragic Johnson. Despite this being one of his worst memories as a pro, he was actually quite solid throughout the majority of the series as he put up 18 points, 13.6 assists, 7.7 rebounds, and 2 steals on 56% shooting. Regardless, the correct choice was Bird, even in the specific MVP format, as Larry poured in 27.4 points, 14 rebounds, 3.6 assists, and 2.1 steals on 48.4% shooting. Scoring in the high 20s are what you would expect from a prime Larry Bird, but I honestly believe that the most underappreciated part of Larry Bird's game was his remarkable rebounding. Well, maybe that and his defense. Once again, Bird controlled the boards as he led all players in rebounding with 14 per game, and not a single Laker averaged as many as 9 per game. His defensive impact also went under the radar, but he played solid man-to-man defense and led all players in steals with 2.1 per game. In 1985, the Los Angeles Lakers defeated the Boston Celtics in 6 games, and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was named the Finals MVP, but on this new list, he loses the award to his teammate Magic Johnson. At the age of 37, the captain was showing off some vintage form, as he was the Lakers' leading scorer while being extremely efficient thanks to his trustworthy skyhook. Over the course of the series, Kareem averaged 25.7 points, 9 rebounds, 5.2 assists, and 1.5 blocks on 60.4% shooting. When it comes to awards like this, scoring the basketball is often the most romanticized aspect with the voters. But as far as distributing goes, Magic arguably had the best final series of his career, as he averaged 18.3 points, 14 assists, 6.8 rebounds, and 2.2 steals on 49.4% shooting. As the floor general of the Showtime Lakers offense, Magic's 14 assists per game set the all-time record for the highest average in NBA Finals history. The only other Finals averages that come close were also achieved by Magic. Even Kareem's success this series was in large part because of Magic's ability to give him the best opportunities. Simply put, not only was Magic arguably the most productive player this series, but he was also clearly the engine that made the Lakers' high-octane offense work. In 1986, the Boston Celtics defeated the Houston Rockets in 6 games, and Larry Bird was named the Finals MVP, and he's keeping the award ahead of Hakeem Olajuwon and ahead of his teammate Kevin McHale. Many believe the '86 Celtics are the greatest team of all time, and leading that group was the league MVP Larry Bird, who somehow got even better in these NBA Finals as he put up 24 points, 9.7 rebounds, 9.5 assists, and 2.7 steals on 48.2% shooting. He was just slightly shy of the first triple-double average of NBA Finals history, and once again, Bird led every player in steals, consistently proving his value on defense. McHale and Olajuwon had their own impressive performances in the finals, but simply put, Bird was on another level this series and easily secured the award. In 1987, the Los Angeles Lakers defeated the Boston Celtics in 6 games, and Magic Johnson was named the Finals MVP, and he's keeping the award ahead of his rival Larry Bird. I think it's pretty clear that this was the best all-around finals performance of Magic Johnson's career, as he not only had the most iconic play, but he led his entire team in scoring, rebounding, assists, and steals, while having ridiculous efficiency splits. On the series as a whole, he averaged 26.2 points, 13 assists, 8 rebounds, and 2.3 steals on 54.1% shooting. I'm starting to sound like a broken record at this point, but Bird was the other best performer in this series. But from a production standpoint, from a team standpoint, and from an impact standpoint, this season belonged to Magic and the Showtime Lakers. In 1988, the Los Angeles Lakers defeated the Detroit Pistons in 7 games, and Big Game James Worthy was named the Finals MVP. But unfortunately, despite his clutch gene, he's losing the award to his teammate Magic Johnson. James Worthy deserves more credit than he normally gets for being an under-recognized Finals MVP. But something that helped him win that award was the powerful lasting impression he made in the deciding 7th game, where he dropped 36 points, 16 rebounds, and 10 assists on 68% shooting. Although he may have had the best individual game, which just happened to be the most crucial game, it seemed pretty clear that Magic was the best player overall throughout the vast majority of the series. On the series as a whole, Worthy put up 22 points, 7.4 rebounds, and 4.4 assists on 49.2% shooting. Now compare that to Magic, who put up 21.1 points, 13 assists, 5.7 rebounds, and 2 steals on a much more efficient 55% shooting. Maybe voter fatigue played a role, considering how Magic got his hands on several of these awards at this point, but outside of the big game narratives and based purely on who was the better player, Magic seemed to be the more deserving candidate. In 1989, the Detroit Pistons swept the Los Angeles Lakers, and the underrated Joe Dumars was named the Finals MVP, and he's keeping the award ahead of his teammate Isaiah Thomas. The series was never really close, as Kareem was just a shell of his former self, and Magic's hamstring injury caused him to miss a significant amount of time, including all of Game 4. Dumars took advantage of the short-handed Lakers and led all players in scoring as he poured in 27.3 points, 6 assists, and 1.8 rebounds on 57.6% shooting. Not only was Dumars punishing the Lakers with his mid-range scoring, but he also continued to be a nuisance on the perimeter defensively, which was a pretty standard skill of his throughout his career. The only player who somewhat challenged him for the award was Isaiah,
But even then, it was clear in both the eye test and in their production on the court that Dumars was simply the more standout player in that series.
In the year 1990, the Detroit Pistons defeated the Portland Trail Blazers in 5 games, and Isaiah Thomas was named the Finals MVP. And on this new list, he's keeping the award, just a bit ahead of Clyde Drexler. When people think of Isaiah Thomas, there's often a few things that come to mind. There's the Dream Team drama and the fact that he wasn't allowed on the team, and of course he was the leader of the Bad Boy Pistons, who are famous for their controversial and violent style of basketball. But I'm not gonna lie, when I think of Isaiah Thomas, the first thing that comes to mind for me is all the great postseason performances and how he was one of the ultimate clutch performers when the games mattered most. And this series against the Blazers was no exception. In this 5-game series of close battles, Isaiah averaged 27.6 points, 7 assists, 5.2 rebounds, and 1.6 steals on a tremendous 54.2% shooting. Not only was he incredibly efficient from the field overall, but he also made 68.8% of his 3-point attempts. He got his usual help from solid supporting teammates like Joe Dumars and Bill Laimbeer, but there was no question that Isaiah was clearly the best player and their biggest reason why they secured the title, as he was by far their leader in scoring, assists, and steals. It's worth mentioning that Clyde Drexler had a great series as well, as his numbers were slightly behind Isaiah's, but regardless of the angle you take, it's pretty hard not to give the award to Zeke on this one. In 1991, the Chicago Bulls comfortably defeated the Lakers in 5 games, and Michael Jordan was named the Finals MVP, and he's keeping the award as he was definitively the most dominant player in the series. This was one of the most hyped NBA Finals the league has ever seen, as Magic vs. Michael was must-see TV to see which of the season's top 2 MVP candidates would come out on top. All things considered, Magic had a pretty solid series, considering 2 of his weapons in the fast break were dealing with injuries, in James Worthy and Byron Scott. Regardless of the obstacles and the fact that he had to go up against a perimeter defense of Jordan and Pippen, Magic still nearly averaged the first triple-double in NBA Finals history, as he put up 18.6 points, 12.4 assists, 8 rebounds, and 1.2 steals on 43.1% shooting. No one ever talks about this, but little did we know that we were watching the end of Magic Johnson's career, as he would announce his HIV in the upcoming offseason, and in his final game before his exit, he made sure he went out like a champ. In Game 5, without his 2 starting wings of Byron Scott and James Worthy, Magic still put up 16 points, 20 assists, and 11 rebounds, and with the shorthanded roster, he played all 48 minutes. His 20 assists is still the most in NBA Finals history by anyone not named Magic Johnson, because he did also get 21 assists in the 1984 NBA Finals. Fun fact, he owns all top 5 spots of this Finals record. Again, I can't stress this enough. The fact that the Lakers lost this game by just 6 points, when Jordan and Pippen both scored over 30 points, and Magic's 2 best teammates were out injured, and the fact that Magic still put up this stat line is absolutely insane. If anyone needs an example of why Magic is the best ever at making your teammates better, then this game is a perfect example. Way to go out like a legend, Magic. With that being said, this was the beginning of Jordan's championship reign in the NBA, and he definitely deserved the award with his overall historic performance. He dominated Game 2 offensively, at one stretch hitting 13 straight field goals without a miss, capping it off with his iconic hand-switch layup. He simply continued his elite play from then on. For the series as a whole, he controlled the game as both a scorer and a distributor, as he averaged 31.2 points, 11.4 assists, 6.6 rebounds, 2.8 steals, and 1.4 blocks on 55.8% shooting. When you combine his points and assists, Jordan contributed to well over 50% of the Bulls' total offense that series. That's MVP production if I've ever seen it. It is worth mentioning that if Defensive Player of the Series was a thing, that would have gone to Pippen. He put up all-around nice numbers of his own, but where he really stood out was on perimeter defense, when they switched Pippen to Magic Johnson in Game 2, and it changed the direction of the series. Not enough for Scottie to steal the award from Michael, but still, worth mentioning nonetheless. In 1992, the Chicago Bulls defeated the Portland Trail Blazers in 6 games, and Michael Jordan was named the Finals MVP, and he's keeping the award for the 2nd straight season, and no one was close to challenging it. I'll make this one quick, as I just made another video about this series speaking of Jordan's historic level of play. He had firmly established himself at this point as the face of the league, and started this series by setting the tone with 2 NBA Finals records. He made 6 3-pointers in the first half of Game 1, which at the time was the most 3-pointers ever made by a player in an NBA Finals game. He also scored 35 points in the first half, which is still an NBA Finals record for the most points ever scored in a half. He continued to be the leading force from that point on, and over the course of the series, he averaged 35.8 points, 6.5 assists, 4.8 rebounds, and 1.7 steals on 52.6% shooting. Not only did he fill up the stat sheet, but he was also incredibly efficient while doing it, putting up nearly 50-40-90 averages over the course of the series. Pippen had a pretty good series, and Portland pushed the Bulls to 6 games with a well-rounded team effort. But simply put, no one else was close to the all-time great level Jordan was playing at in those finals. In 1993, the Chicago Bulls won their 3rd straight championship by eliminating the Phoenix Suns in 6 games, and Michael Jordan was once again named the Finals MVP, and he's keeping the award as he had one of the greatest finals performances in NBA history. At this point, in the middle of Jordan's championship dominance, it seemed as if every season he was trying to outdo himself from the year before, and remarkably, he may have pulled it off once again in these finals. Over this 6-game series, Jordan averaged a monstrous 41 points, 8.5 rebounds, 6.3 assists, and 1.7 steals on 50.8% shooting. With his 41 points per game, his scoring made up 38.4% of the Bulls' total offense over the series. That's the highest percentage of points by a single player in NBA Finals history. Charles Barkley had a great series of his own, with numbers that would likely win the award just about any other season. But as Barkley said in The Last Dance, there's no shame in losing to the fastest gun, and there may not have been any gun faster than Jordan in the 1993 NBA Finals. In 1994, the Houston Rockets defeated the New York Knicks in 7 games, and Hakeem Olajuwon was named the Finals MVP, and he's keeping the award as he was clearly the best player on both ends of the court. The 31-year-old Hakeem was so skilled and continued his playoff theme of vanquishing any opposing center that would challenge him. Hakeem was the leading scorer in each of the 7 games of the series, as he put up 26.9 points, 9.1 rebounds, 3.6 assists, and 3.9 blocks on 50% shooting. He did all of this while locking up the Hall of Famer Patrick Ewing on the other end, who was held by Hakeem to under 20 points per game in the series and an awful 36.3% from the field. It was one of the few championships of basketball history where the winning team had only one All-Star, but when you consider how Olajuwon dominated each game in a variety of ways, it kinda makes sense why that's the case. In 1995, the Houston Rockets repeated as champions as they swept the Orlando Magic out of the finals in 4 games, and he's keeping the award again as he continued to prove himself as one of the all-time greats. For the 2nd straight finals, Hakeem led every single game in scoring, and it didn't matter which center defended him in his prime, whether it was Patrick Ewing, David Robinson, or in this case, a young Shaquille O'Neal. Hakeem had the one-of-a-kind skills, talent, and footwork to score basically at will over each of them. On the series, he put up 32.8 points, 11.5 rebounds, 5.5 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks on 48.3% shooting. He certainly had plenty of help this series from quality supporting players like Clyde Drexler, Robert Horry, and Mario Elie. But with that being said, it was clear as always who the anchor was that held down the Houston offense and defense. Shaquille O'Neal was solid in the finals as always, but at this point, the 23-year-old center was just a small step behind Olajuwon, and wasn't quite ready to take the torch as the league's best center, but his day was approaching, and in a major way. In 1996, the Chicago Bulls capped off their 72-10 season by defeating the Seattle Supersonics in 6 games, and Michael Jordan was named the Finals MVP, and on this new list, he loses the award to the Sonics' Shawn Kemp. I actually rewatched this entire series in preparation of making this video, because the 96 Finals MVP is one of the more controversial ones of NBA history. Yes, Jordan is typically the best player out there anytime he sets foot on the court, but this series was far from his best, as he put up numbers of 27.3 points, 5.3 rebounds, 4.2 assists, and 1.7 steals on 41.5% shooting. It's the only NBA Finals of Jordan's career where he averaged less than 30 points, and it was also by far the most inefficient of his career as well, and a lot of credit has to go to the Seattle defense. Jordan's numbers and impact on the game's biggest stage would look pretty good if it came from just about any other player,
But because it's Jordan, his standards are set so much higher, especially in the finals. So in that context, it was a bit underwhelming. Now some have used this to say that Dennis Rodman should have been named the '96 Finals MVP. And don't get me wrong, he certainly was valuable, as he averaged 7.5 points, 14.7 rebounds, and 2.5 assists on 48.6% shooting. In Game 2, he was especially impactful, as 11 of his 20 rebounds were offensive rebounds, which is still tied with Elvin Hayes for the most offensive rebounds in an NBA Finals game. One of the big lasting impressions was the final game of the series, where Jordan was the team's leading scorer, but he only shot 5 of 19 from the field, while Rodman pulled down 19 rebounds, and again, 11 of those were offensive rebounds. Now Rodman certainly isn't much of a scorer, so his impact and value usually comes from his defense and rebounding. But in this series, it was really just his rebounding, as Rodman was often the player who was guarding Seattle's Shawn Kemp, and Kemp ate very well, and put up the best numbers of anyone in this series, which I'll get into more in a moment. So if you're going to give the MVP nod to someone from the winning Bulls, and you choose Rodman, you're really doing it just for his rebounding alone. And for me, even with Jordan playing well below his usual standards, I still can't say that Rodman was the better overall player in the series. As Jordan was by far the Bulls' leading scorer, he did some rebounding, some distributing, and was pretty solid defensively. So if you made me choose someone from the winning side, I say it still goes to Jordan. But that's not what this video is about. This video is about who is the best player on the court that series, regardless of who won and who lost. And in that case, it was definitely Shawn Kemp. Kemp put up numbers of 23.3 points, 10 rebounds, 1.3 steals, and 2 blocks on a solid 55.1% shooting. If you watched the series, then you could tell that the Sonics offense spent the majority of the time running through the 6'10 Shawn Kemp. And despite dealing with a rotating defense of Dennis Rodman and Luke Longley, Kemp still stood out offensively and efficiently too. Despite being matched up against the NBA's best defensive power forward, Kemp still led the Sonics in scoring by far, he led them in rebounds by far, and led them in blocked shots by far. He was the only Sonics starter who shot over 50% from the field, and well over at that. He was also significantly more efficient than Jordan from the field, and even the free throw line. All of this adds up to him being, in my mind, the best player on the court that series. In 1997, the Bulls won their 5th championship in franchise history by eliminating the Utah Jazz in 6 games, and Michael Jordan was awarded the Finals MVP, and he's keeping the award ahead of Karl Malone. This was a colossal matchup between the best teams from each conference, but adding to it was the upcoming battle between the top 2 finishers in the league MVP race. Once Game 1 was played, it basically summed up the series. Malone missed 2 free throws in a clutch situation because, according to Scottie Pippen, the mailman doesn't deliver on Sundays, and Jordan iced Game 1 with a buzzer-beating game winner over Brian Russell. Over the series, Jordan put up a well-rounded effort of 32.3 points, 7 rebounds, 6 assists, and 1.2 steals on 45.6% shooting. In a losing effort, Malone was probably the greatest challenger to Jordan for the award, but he was significantly less efficient from the field and the free throw line. Add in Jordan's iconic flu game, pizza game, hangover game, whatever you want to call it, and it's really no contest with the award easily going in Jordan's favor. In 1998, the Chicago Bulls defeated the Utah Jazz for the 2nd straight season, winning their 6th championship, and Michael Jordan was named the Finals MVP, and he's obviously keeping the award. The '98 Finals was a very low-scoring, slow-paced defensive series. The Bulls, who won the championship, averaged only 88 points per game as a team, yet despite that, Jordan averaged an incredible 33.5 points. He also put up 4 rebounds, 2.3 assists, and 1.8 steals on 42.7% shooting. In Game 6, maybe the most iconic game in NBA history, Jordan led the Bulls to win the championship-clinching game. With an old and tired squad, and with Scottie Pippen dealing with back problems, Jordan had to carry the Bulls' offense that game to an absolutely historic extent. On 15 of 35 shooting, Jordan scored 45 of the Bulls' 87 points in that championship-clinching game. That means a 35-year-old Jordan, in his final game with the Bulls, scored 51.7% of his team's points. Since the NBA-ABA merger in 1976, that is the highest percentage in NBA Finals history. Why no one ever considers or talks about this stat is beyond me. Now I'm putting up Karl Malone's stat line just for due diligence, but let's be honest, there is absolutely no decent argument for Jordan not to win the Finals MVP in 1998. In 1999, the San Antonio Spurs defeated the New York Knicks in 5 games, and Tim Duncan was named the Finals MVP, and he's keeping the award ahead of Latrell Sprewell. The 8-seeded Knicks were surprised just to make the NBA Finals in the first place, but once they were there, they quickly found out that they had no match for the superstar in San Antonio, the 23-year-old Tim Duncan. Offensively, defensively, and on the boards, Duncan made his mark, averaging 27.4 points, 14 rebounds, 2.4 assists, and 2.2 blocks on 53.7% shooting, in what was his highest scoring NBA Finals in his career. Solid forgotten Knick players like Allen Houston and Latrell Sprewell did their best to keep things interesting for New York, but at the end of the day, the big fundamental was just too much, in what was the beginning of a Hall of Fame legacy. In the year 2000, the Lakers won the championship in 6 games over the Indiana Pacers, and Shaquille O'Neal won the Finals MVP. And on this new list, he keeps the award, well ahead of Kobe Bryant and Reggie Miller. It was probably the easiest year on the list for me to decide, as Shaq had one of the greatest Finals performances in league history. It's rarely mentioned, but Shaq often came up clutch on the game's biggest stage. For some reason, the word clutch isn't often associated with big men as much as it is with perimeter players. But Shaq was as deserving of the word as anyone, as he averaged an insane 38 points, 16.7 rebounds, 2.3 assists, and 2.7 blocks on 61% shooting. Whether it was his scoring, rebounding, rim protection, or simply causing the opponent to be in foul trouble, there basically wasn't an area in this series where Shaq didn't dominate. Unless of course you want to nitpick his free throw efficiency, in which case it was about what you would expect. Kobe did have his iconic Game 4 where he took over the game in its most crucial moments and won the contest for the Lakers, so it's not like Shaq can say that he did it completely on his own. But in terms of production and impact, Shaq's numbers clearly dwarf Kobe's, as he was definitely the Batman to Kobe's Robin in these finals. Reggie Miller had some solid production and standout performances as well, but once again, Shaq was just clearly on a level apart from everyone else this series. In 2001, the Lakers defeated the 76ers in 5 games, and Shaq was the Finals MVP, and he's keeping the award again, slightly ahead of Allen Iverson. Over the course of the series, Shaq put up averages of 33 points, 15.8 rebounds, 4.8 assists, and 3.4 blocks on 57.3% shooting. It's crazy to think that a stat line like that could be considered a small decline from the previous year, but that essentially sums up Shaquille O'Neal in his prime. The craziest part is that Shaq wasn't just bullying small and capable defenders like his stat line might make some people assume, but he dominated against the Defensive Player of the Year, the 7'2" Dikembe Mutombo, who was literally one of the greatest defensive players to ever play, and a major reason why the 76ers made it as far as the NBA Finals in the first place. But at that point in his career, it didn't matter who you put on Shaq. Every single matchup was considered a mismatch. Now Iverson obviously did his thing as well, led by his iconic performance in Game 1, where he dropped 48 points and handed the Lakers their only loss of the playoffs. Over the series, he averaged 35.6 points, 5.6 rebounds, 3.8 assists, and 1.8 steals on 40.7% shooting. In many years on this list, this performance from Iverson would have been enough to steal the award, but Shaq keeps it, not just because his numbers were a bit more impressive, but he was much more efficient and was arguably just as valuable on the defensive end as he was on the offensive end, as Shaq's rim protection was consistently causing issues for the Philadelphia offense. Kobe had a solid series, and if we included the Western Conference playoffs where he torched the Blazers, Kings, and Spurs, then you could make a solid argument that Kobe was the MVP of the playoffs as a whole. But since we're just considering the finals in this video, Shaq was clearly on another level. In 2002, the Lakers swept the New Jersey Nets, and Shaq was yet again named the Finals MVP, and he's keeping the award over great efforts from Kobe Bryant and Jason Kidd. The first portion of this video is basically turning into a Shaq appreciation segment, and honestly, I'm okay with that, considering how much people have already forgotten just how terrifyingly dominant he was in his prime. He put up 36.3 points, 12.3 rebounds, 3.8 assists, and 2.8 blocks on 59.5% shooting. What more is there to say about the Diesel that hasn't already been said? Bigs like Todd McCullough and Jason Collins didn't stand a chance, as he bullied and bruised his opponents in the short series. I want you guys to consider and marvel at this next stat like I do. Over the course of the 3 NBA Finals that Shaq won with the Lakers, he put up ridiculous averages of 35.9 points, 15.2 rebounds, 3.5 assists, and 2.9 blocks on 59.5% shooting. For just one playoff series, that would be an all-time great performance. But over the course of 3 straight seasons in the NBA Finals is completely unheard of. That's why when Shaq says things like Giannis was better than he was, it makes me laugh till my ribs hurt. You've clearly been eating too much humble pie, Shaq. In the 2002 Finals, Jason Kidd played excellent as well and hovered around a triple-double average over the series, which is even more impressive when you consider how there was significantly less offense as a whole in that era. Kobe had an efficient and well-rounded series too, that might have been enough to win the award some years. But again, these are just footnotes to Shaquille O'Neal's prime in the finals. In 2003, the San Antonio Spurs defeated the New Jersey Nets in 6 games, and Tim Duncan won the finals MVP, and he's keeping the award as he had an all-time great historic performance. The 2003 finals was the first year in a while without the Shaq and Kobe Lakers. Instead, the team representing the Western Conference was the San Antonio Spurs, who despite their talent and team play, were considered as one of the most boring teams to watch in the entire league. Due to this, the 2003 NBA Finals had some of the worst television ratings in finals history, which is really unfortunate because every basketball fan should have witnessed the great Tim Duncan at his best. In this series, he put up a monstrous 24.2 points, 17 rebounds, 5.3 assists, and 5.3 blocks on 49.5% shooting. The Nets had no answer for him anywhere on the court, as he started off the series in Game 1 with 32 points, 20 rebounds, 6 assists, and 7 blocks in a 12-point victory. But the way he closed out the series was arguably even more impressive. In Game 6, he had 21 points, 20 rebounds, 10 assists, and 8 blocks, nearly getting the historic quadruple-double. But there's actually some controversy tied to this game. I can pretty confidently say that the statisticians incorrectly missed 2 block shots that should have gone to Duncan. The first was treated simply as a deflection, but you can clearly see in the video that the offensive player was in the act of shooting, so this should have been a blocked shot. The other instance is where David Robinson and Tim Duncan both contested a shot, and David Robinson was credited with the block. But when you look at the replay, Duncan probably should have got this one as well, as he clearly had his hand on the basketball first. In the history of the NBA, there have only been 4 players to ever officially achieve the quadruple-double. But if the stats had been calculated correctly, Duncan would have been the 5th, and also the only player to ever do it in playoff history. And the fact that he did it in the championship clinching game is absolutely mind-boggling. Jason Kidd did have a pretty good series, but who are we kidding? No one was close to Tim Duncan in these finals. In 2004, the Detroit Pistons defeated the Los Angeles Lakers in 5 games, and Chauncey Billups was named the finals MVP. And now, on this new list, he loses the award to Shaquille O'Neal. Billups, or as he's also known as Mr. Big Shot, had a fantastic series, averaging 21, 3, and 5 on 51% shooting. With that being said, the Pistons defeating the Lakers was a complete team effort, as they had 5 players who averaged over double-digit scoring, while the Lakers had just 2. Even though the Lakers were dismantled by Detroit's complete team effort, there was no question that the best individual player regardless of outcome was Shaquille O'Neal, as he put up 26.6 points, 10.8 rebounds, and 1.6 assists on 63% shooting. Ben Wallace did an excellent job of containing Shaq and keeping him from having an all-time great finals like he had in previous years, but still, Shaq was able to stand out. Kobe has been criticized in years past for this performance, and deservedly so, especially in terms of his poor efficiency, as he shot only 38% on the series. Many have said that he was forcing the issue and appeared as if he had predetermined that he was going for the finals MVP. And honestly, as a Lakers fan who watched every game that year closely, that's what I saw as well. He was forcing a high number of shots, and the offense wasn't running through Shaq as much as it had in years past. And despite Kobe shooting a poor 38% to Shaq's 63%, Kobe still shot the ball nearly 30 more times than Shaq did that series. I say this as the ultimate Kobe fan, but he was a major reason why they lost this series, as the offense should have ran more through Shaq, who was definitely the best player specifically in that series, and who would have stood out even more with the appropriate amount of touches. In 2005, the Spurs defeated the Pistons in 7 games, and Tim Duncan won the finals MVP. and he's keeping the award slightly ahead of Chauncey Billups. Duncan's performance wasn't quite on the same level as his 2003 finals, but he was still relatively dominant as he averaged 20.6 points, 14.1 rebounds, 2.1 assists, and 2.1 blocks on 41.9% shooting. It certainly wasn't his most efficient series, but that had a lot to do with it being a very defensive series between two of the best defensive teams in the league. Chauncey Billups certainly made it interesting with his stat line of 25 and 6 on 43.4% shooting, but Duncan keeps the edge thanks to his elite rebounding and his incredible defense. In 2006, the Miami Heat defeated the Dallas Mavericks in 6 games, and Dwyane Wade was named the Finals MVP, and he's easily keeping the award. After being down 0-2 in the series, Wade put his Miami teammates, including an aging Shaq, on his back, and put up strong numbers of 34.7 points, 7.8 rebounds, 3.8 assists, and 2.7 steals on 46.8% shooting. Shaq, on the other hand, only put up a modest 13 and 10, and people forget how Dirk Nowitzki was building a negative reputation for himself as a star player who couldn't come through when it mattered most. Sure, he averaged about 22 and 10, but he also shot an extremely poor 39% from the field. The 2011 NBA Finals truly saved Dirk's legacy. All that goes to say is that Wade keeps it, as he was running essentially unopposed in this MVP race. In 2007, the Spurs swept the Cavaliers and Tony Parker was named the Finals MVP, and he's keeping the award ahead of Tim Duncan and LeBron James. It probably sounds outlandish to suggest that Tony Parker was the best in any series that includes all-time greats like Tim Duncan and LeBron James. But the truth is, Tony had his moments, and many have forgotten just how great he was in his prime. In the series, Parker put up 24.5 points, 5 rebounds, and 3.3 assists on 56.8% from the field. Considering how both teams averaged around 80 points on around 40% shooting, Parker's extremely efficient 25 points per game appear even that much more impressive. Not only was he a very successful weapon and orchestrator for the Spurs, but his competition for the award just wasn't all that threatening, as both LeBron James and Tim Duncan had somewhat modest numbers by their standards to go along with the fact that both players were very inefficient from the field. In 2008, the Boston Celtics defeated the Los Angeles Lakers in 6 games, and Paul Pierce was named the Finals MVP, and on this new list, he loses the award to Kevin Garnett. On the series, Pierce put up 21.8 points, 4.5 rebounds, 6.3 assists, and 1.2 steals on 43.2% shooting. Included in that stat line was his iconic performance in Game 1, where he left the game, was rolled away in a wheelchair, and came back triumphantly to lead his team to the victory. It looked pretty epic at the time, but knowing what we know now and how Pierce sold the injury a bit because of other reasons, it certainly looks less heroic. That Paul Pierce heroic return narrative may have actually played a part in voters giving him the Finals MVP over his teammate Kevin Garnett. But for me, the award should have gone to KG, who I think was the best player in that series. Garnett averaged 18.2 points, 13 rebounds, 3 assists, 1.7 steals, and 1 block on 42.9% shooting. Not only did he fill up the stat sheet across the board, but that series was won by the Celtics with 2 key factors, which was defense and rebounding. And in both of those areas, the big ticket was clearly the most impactful player in the series. Now, Kobe's stat line looks pretty impressive, and I honestly considered giving him the nod this year. But unfortunately, he was the most inefficient from the field out of all the All-Stars in this series. And in the elimination game where the Lakers lost by 39, he kind of disappeared, as he scored just 22 points on only 31.8% shooting. Considering all the numbers and the full context of the series, I'm more than comfortable giving the award to Kevin Garnett on this one. In 2009, the Lakers defeated the Magic in 5 games, and Kobe Bryant was named the Finals MVP, and he's keeping the award way ahead of everyone else. This one will be quick, because from a production standpoint, the 2009 Finals was easily the best final series of Kobe's career, as he put up 32.4 points, 5.6 rebounds, 7.4 assists, 1.4 steals, and 1.4 blocks on 43% shooting. He did everything on the court in what was clearly his revenge mission. He set the tone early by dropping 48-8 in a Game 1 blowout, and with his continued leadership, the series was never in question from that point on. In 2010, the Lakers won the championship, and Kobe Bryant won the Finals MVP. And on this new list, he keeps the award ahead of Pau Gasol. This was an epic 7-game series between the iconic rivals of the Boston Celtics and the Los Angeles Lakers. Over the course of the series, Kobe put up 28.6 points, 8 rebounds, 3.9 assists, and 2.1 steals on 40.5% shooting. Some people have said that Pau Gasol actually should have won the award, as he averaged 18.6 points, 11.6 rebounds, 3.7 assists, and 2.6 blocks on 47.8% shooting. Kobe may have been slightly less efficient, but 10 points is no small margin, and Kobe was also a major reason for Ray Allen struggling during that series, as Allen shot only 36.7% on just 14 points per game. Some have criticized Kobe's lack of efficiency this series, but usually those that do that didn't actually watch that series, because that's a take that's severely lacking context. The 2010 Finals was one of the most physically intense playoff series of NBA history. And yes, I mean including all eras of NBA history. Both teams knew heading into that matchup that defense and rebounding were going to be of the utmost importance. Along with that, it was clear the referees made a point to put away their whistles and let the players be the ones who decided the outcome of the series. Due to this, both teams were below league average efficiency, as the Lakers as a whole shot 41.8% and the Celtics shot 43.3%. It was also very low scoring, as the Lakers averaged 90 points and the Celtics averaged 87. With all of this being said, now Kobe's efficiency appears completely free of criticism, as his stat line appears even more impressive. He was clearly the MVP these finals. In 2011, Dirk Nowitzki won the Finals MVP as he led his Dallas Mavericks to defeat the Miami Heat, and on this new list, he loses the award to Dwyane Wade. I know. Initially this sounds blasphemous to suggest the award should go to someone other than Dirk, and honestly, I'm okay with Dirk getting the MVP as a reward for leading his team to the championship. But that's not what this video is about. This video is about who is literally the best player on the court that series, and in this case, it was definitely Dwyane Wade. Dirk put up 26 points, 9.7 rebounds, and 2 assists on only 41.6% shooting. Compare that to Wade, who led all players in scoring, putting up 26.5 points, 7 rebounds, 5.2 assists, 1.5 steals, and 1.5 blocks on 54.6% shooting, filling up pretty much every spot on the stat sheet. People need to remember that it wasn't just Dirk single-handedly carrying the Mavericks in the finals, but they had several players who contributed in major ways, like the huge contributions from Jason Terry and Shawn Marion. It was a complete team effort that won the Mavericks that championship, not just Dirk. Meanwhile, on Miami's side, while LeBron was busy having arguably the worst playoff series of his life, Wade was doing everything he could all over the court to keep Miami in the series, as he was stronger defensively than Dirk was and much more efficient in terms of field goal percentage and even true shooting percentage. Like I said before, I don't mind rewarding the winning player because that's what it's all about. But if we're being honest about who was the best player on the court that series, then it was Wade. In 2012, the Miami Heat defeated the Oklahoma City Thunder and LeBron James won his first Finals MVP, and he's keeping the award just slightly ahead of Kevin Durant. LeBron bounced back in a big way, redeeming his legacy after his failure in the 2011 Finals. In those 5 games, he put up numbers of 28.6 points, 10.2 rebounds, 7.4 assists, and 1.6 steals on 47.2% shooting. He was clearly the best and most impactful player for Miami in those finals, as it appeared to be the moment where the team clearly became his instead of Wade's. Now, although they only won 1 game in that series, Durant still put up next-level numbers of 30.6 points, 6 rebounds, 2.2 assists, and 1.4 steals on 54.8% shooting. Despite leading all players in scoring and being extremely efficient while doing it, the award has to stay with LeBron, as he excelled in more ways than Durant did, especially in terms of rebounding and facilitating. In 2013, the Heat defeated the San Antonio Spurs, and LeBron James was once again the Finals MVP, and he's keeping the award as he was clearly the best and most dominant player in the series. I'll make this one quick, considering how there was no one even close. San Antonio made it a great series with their well-rounded attack, and if it had not been for that one timeless shot, they would have won the championship. But with a little help from his friends, LeBron was ultimately too much, as he put up 25.3 points, 10.9 rebounds, 7 assists, and 2.3 steals on 44.7% shooting. This was the second straight year he flirted with a triple-double average in the finals, which was just a sign of things to come for LeBron. In 2014, the Spurs defeated the Heat in a finals rematch, and Kawhi Leonard was awarded the finals MVP, but now he loses the award to LeBron James. The 2014 Spurs were one of the greatest teams in NBA history, especially in terms of how they played as a team. It was a beautiful brand of basketball with lots of ball movement and a well-rounded attack. Kawhi did his part and stepped up at just the right time, averaging 17.8 points, 6.4 rebounds, 2 assists, and 1.6 steals on 61.2% shooting. If there was ever a time in recent years where the Finals MVP could have been given to someone on the losing team, there's a strong chance it would have been this season, as LeBron averaged 28.2 points, 7.8 rebounds, 4 assists, and 2 steals on 52% shooting. Although the Spurs comfortably dismantled the Heat in this series, as I mentioned earlier, it was a complete team effort, while LeBron stood out among everyone statistically, trying his best to keep it a series, despite the fact that Wade and Bosh's contributions were not what they once were. In 2015, the Warriors defeated the Cavs in their first finals matchup, and Andre Iguodala was named the MVP. And on this new list, he loses the award to LeBron James, who finishes slightly ahead of Steph Curry. Iguodala had a terrific NBA Finals by his standards as he put up about 16, 6, and 4 on 52% shooting. Those are extremely moderate numbers by Finals MVP standards though, and the reason he won the award is because of the narrative-based voting. Andre did a solid job of containing LeBron, as James shot only 39.8% for the series. With that being said, LeBron still averaged more than 35 points per game and had a strong series all around. If I had an MVP vote in 2015 with a regular formula that highly emphasizes winning, then I certainly would have voted for Curry, who put up 26, 5, and 6 on 44% shooting. That's certainly a more worthy Finals MVP stat line. But if you ask me who was the best player that series, regardless of outcome, then it goes to LeBron. With his two best teammates and Kyrie Irving and Kevin Love out due to injury, LeBron was forced to carry a heavier load, and the fact that he was actually able to make it a competitive series was utterly remarkable. He put up 35.8 points, 13.3 rebounds, 8.8 assists, and 1.3 steals on 39.8% shooting and 45.7 minutes per game. Yes, LeBron's efficiency was far below his usual standards, but considering the fact that he filled up the stat sheet across the board and the second leading scorer on his team was Timothy Mozgov, I think I can look past his below average efficiency.
LeBron James, LeBron James, LeBron James.
Hopefully, you're not too tired of hearing this name yet, but in 2016, the Cavaliers made a 3-1 comeback to defeat the Warriors, and LeBron James was named the MVP. And he's keeping the award as he stood out to such an extent that no one else even has an argument. The King dominated in every single aspect of this series, including defensively, and it was this performance that really ignited the GOAT conversation to levels that we hadn't previously seen involving LeBron. In this epic 7-game series, he averaged 29.7 points, 11.3 rebounds, 6.9 assists, 2.6 steals, and 2.3 blocks on 49.4% shooting. Not only did he fill up every area of the stat sheet, but LeBron led both teams in every major statistical category. No one averaged more points, or rebounds, or assists, or steals, or blocks than LeBron did in that series. Truly one of the greatest playoff performances of all time. In 2017, the Warriors defeated the Cavs in 5 games, and Kevin Durant was named the Finals MVP. And on this new list, he's keeping the award, just barely ahead of LeBron. From a team perspective, this wasn't even close, as the overpowered Warriors destroyed the Cavs, just like they did with everyone else they faced in the playoffs. Despite the beatdown, LeBron made it as close as he could on an individual level as he averaged 33.6 points, 12 rebounds, 10 assists, and 1.4 steals on 56% shooting. This triple-double average is still the only triple-double average in NBA Finals history. It was still not enough to take it away from Durant though, who not only demoralized the Cavs with numerous clutch shots, but efficiently dominated all around, putting up 35.2 points, 8.2 rebounds, 5.4 assists, and 1.6 blocks on 55% shooting. He also had a 50-40-90 series and a monstrous one at that, with averages of 55% from the field, 47% from 3, and 93% from the free throw line. Although KD keeps it in my book, it wasn't an easy choice, and I'm curious to hear who you think was the better player in the 2017 Finals. In 2018, the Warriors swept the Cavs, and Kevin Durant was named the Finals MVP, and he's keeping the award again just barely ahead of LeBron James. Ever since 2011, even in the years that LeBron lost, he had a solid argument for being the best player on the court, and this series was no exception, as he averaged 34, 8, and 10 on 52% shooting. But there's a reason why Durant was heating up the best player conversation during these years, and it was because of performances like this, as he put up 28.8 points, 10.8 rebounds, 7.5 assists, and 2.3 blocks on 52.6% shooting. This was his second straight finals with 50-40-90 percentages, as he shot 52% from the field, 41% from 3, and 96% from the free throw line. Now, given the quality of each star's supporting cast, you could certainly make the argument that if they had switched places, LeBron's numbers and efficiency would have been much better. But with that being said, those are all hypotheticals that we'll never know the real answer to. From what we actually saw on the court that series, Durant gets the small edge. In 2019, the Raptors defeated the injury-laden Warriors in 6 games, and Kawhi Leonard was named the Finals MVP, and he's keeping the award slightly ahead of Steph Curry. Kawhi continued his historic run through the playoffs, and he was solid in just about every aspect as he averaged 28.5 points, 9.8 rebounds, 4.2 assists, 2 steals, and 1.2 blocks on 43.4% shooting. With the absence of Kevin Durant and some time missed by Klay Thompson, Steph had to carry a heavier load in the championship series, and he did that to the tune of 30 points, 5 rebounds, and 6 assists on 41% shooting. Maybe there's an argument for Steph, but considering how Kawhi stood out both offensively and defensively while leading his team, I think he keeps the edge on this one.
In 2020, the Los Angeles Lakers defeated the Miami Heat in 5 games in the Orlando bubble, and LeBron James was named the Finals MVP. And on my list, he keeps the award, ahead of his teammate Anthony Davis. Jimmy Butler definitely deserves a shout out for his incredible individual play throughout these finals. But regardless, the top 2 candidates on my list were on the Lakers. Both players were insanely efficient, as Anthony Davis had better than 50-40-90 percentages over the course of the series. With that being said, LeBron James nearly averaged a triple-double, while being more efficient from the field than Davis. LeBron was the top scorer by far. He averaged more assists than the Lakers' closest 2 players combined, and he even out-rebounded Davis as well, despite the difference in size and position. Although Davis played well enough to win the award in most years, LeBron was the clear choice for me on this one. In 2021, the Milwaukee Bucks defeated the Phoenix Suns in 6 games, and Giannis was named the Finals MVP, and he's definitely keeping the award. Simply put, Giannis was the best player this series by leaps and bounds, as he displayed one of the greatest finals performances that the league has ever seen. He scored at least 40 points in 3 out of the 6 games, including a 50-point explosion in the championship-clinching 6th game. On top of that, he was showing why he was a former Defensive Player of the Year winner, as he was continuously getting crucial stops whenever his team needed it. On the series as a whole, he averaged a marvelous 35.2 points, 13.2 rebounds, 5 assists, 1.2 steals, and 1.8 blocks on a tremendous 61.8% shooting. Chris Middleton had his own solid series, but even then, he wasn't even close, as Giannis made this selection one of the easiest choices of this entire massive video. In 2022, the Golden State Warriors eliminated the Boston Celtics in 6 games, and Steph Curry was selected as the Finals MVP, and he's keeping the award as he had what was likely the best Finals performance of his career. This series specifically was extremely tough on Klay Thompson, as he was struggling to find his shooting touch, as he shot only 35.6% over the course of the series. Due to this, it was even more crucial than usual that Curry excelled offensively, and he was clearly up to the challenge, as he averaged 31.2 points, 6 rebounds, 5 assists, and 2 steals on 48.2% shooting. If Curry doesn't play this series as if he's in his prime form, then the Celtics certainly would have won the finals. Fortunately for Steph, he secured his first Finals MVP, which rightfully destroyed one of the biggest narratives against his legacy. So what do you guys think? Which choices on my list do you disagree with? Let me know in the comment section below. Thanks for watching as always, make sure to like and subscribe for more basketball content, and I'll see you guys in the next video. This is one of the most frequently regurgitated narratives about basketball in the 1960s, and now that I've heard the most famous analyst in all of basketball make this claim as well, I knew I had to make this video. To understand what I'm talking about, go ahead and take a listen.
First off, we got to hear Shaq now do this. Shaq is what, the 5th best center in the history of the NBA? Fifth.
What?
Shaq. What do you mean, what?
Who's the 4 ahead of Shaquille O'Neal?
Have
Have
you
you lost your
you want me to
damn
name him
mind?
for you?
What?
You want me to name
Sure,
him?
go ahead. Go ahead.
Kareem.
Okay.
Wilt.
No.
I'm not giving it to Wilt.
No, you guys are crazy.
You're not giving it to Wilt.
No.
You're not
I'm
going to
not.
put Wilt Chamberlain, who averaged 50 points a game and scored
Who
100
was
a
a
game and
foot
30
taller?
rebounds.
Who was a
You're
foot
nuts.
taller
You're
than
nuts.
99% of the league?
Who's a foot taller than 99% of the league?
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Yeah,
you're nuts.
Now this clip went viral for a variety of reasons. And just so you know, I will be tackling Mad Dog's take on Shaquille O'Neal. But this video isn't about him. This is about Wilt Chamberlain. Stephen A. Smith responded to Mad Dog's Wilt Chamberlain ranking with my biggest pet peeve in all of basketball, as he stated that Wilt was, quote, a foot taller than 99% of the league. Let me be clear, this is objectively false, and the data can easily be found online. So honestly, it's kind of crazy for someone as old as Stephen A., who claims to love basketball as much as he does, to say something so blatantly ignorant about Wilt Chamberlain. In the 1961-62 NBA season, Wilt Chamberlain famously averaged 50 points and 26 rebounds per game. That feat sounds so insane and outlandish compared to anything else we've ever known, so people have tried to make sense of it for years, so they can at least comprehend it. But unfortunately, that's often resulted in people telling lies, and those lies get perpetuated, and eventually it's become the popular belief. The average height of the NBA player in 1962 was 6 foot 5 inches tall, and last year in the modern NBA, the average height was 6 foot 6 inches tall. The difference was literally just 1 inch. In '62, Wilt played against Walter Dukes of the Detroit Pistons at the center position, who was 7 feet tall and was a 2-time NBA All-Star, and they played against each other 10 times that regular season. Swady Halbrook of the Syracuse Nationals was 7 foot 3 inches tall, which was literally 2 inches taller than Wilt, and Chamberlain played against him 10 times that year. Bill Russell was 6 foot 10 inches tall and was arguably the greatest defensive player in NBA history, and Wilt also played against him 10 times that year. Walt Bellamy of the Chicago Packers was 6 foot 11 inches tall, and that year he averaged 32 points and 19 rebounds. And again, Wilt had to play against him 10 times that regular season. Ray Felix of the Los Angeles Lakers was another former NBA All-Star, and he was 6 foot 11 inches tall, and Wilt played against him 10 times. The New York Knicks had a twin tower tandem of Darrell Imhoff and Phil Jordan, who were each 6 foot 10 inches tall, and Wilt Chamberlain had to play against them 12 times that season. And in those contests, he averaged a whopping 54.5 points per game. I just accounted for 62 of the 80 games that Wilt played that season. The only team in the league who didn't have a player over 6'9" was the St. Louis Hawks, who had 3 rotating 6'9" players to defend Wilt, which were Clyde Lovellette, Larry Faust, and Bob Pettit. To a certain extent, Wilt did take advantage of those smaller matchups, as he averaged 54.2 points in those 9 contests. But here's the thing. He still averaged 49.9 points per game in those 71 games against everyone else. It's also funny to me how people act like this is such an unheard of thing in the modern NBA. For goodness sake, Bam Adebayo starts at center for the Miami Heat, and he's just 6'9". Kevon Looney starts as center for the Golden State Warriors, and he's 6'9" as well. In the case of Bam, he's one of the best defensive players in the entire league at the position, as he's earned 4 All-Defense Team selections, regardless of the fact that he's one of the much shorter centers. According to Basketball Reference, there are 17 active players in the NBA today who are 6'9" or shorter, and who play primarily at the center position. As you can see, size isn't everything when it comes to quality basketball. So to then obsessively focus on it as a way to criticize Wilt Chamberlain is simply a casual way of thinking. If you asked Wilt, I'm sure that he would rather play against 7-footers like Walter Dukes and Halbrook rather than play against the much shorter Bill Russell. Now before some of you get triggered in the comments, you need to understand the purpose of this video. If you want to talk about how offense and rebounding were inflated in Wilt's era, then we can have that conversation and I'm willing to listen. If you want to talk about the general difference in athleticism between the modern players and the players of the 60s, then I'm willing to have that conversation. If you want to talk about how the game is more global now, which enriches the talent pool of the NBA, then I'm willing to have that talk. But what I'm not willing to accept is people claiming that Wilt took advantage of defenders a foot shorter than him, because that is simply a lie. And it reveals that the person making the argument is either doing it in bad faith, or they're just extremely ignorant about basketball history. Again, it's a short and sweet video, but it has to be said, as too many young fans still believe that Wilt took advantage of 6'4" centers, which simply isn't the case. So go ahead and share this video, so hopefully the basketball community can start to have more genuine discussions about the 1960s. So every once in a while, there's this weird thing that happens in basketball media where everyone seems to be dogpiling on one specific player or on one specific legend simultaneously. We've been witnessing that fairly recently, and in this case, Shaquille O'Neal is the target. So there's 3 instances that I want to talk about. The first is the debate on First Take between Stephen A. and Mad Dog. The second is what Bill Simmons said recently on his podcast, where he compared the modern Joel Embiid to Shaquille O'Neal. And third is the thing Shaquille O'Neal has been saying about himself. Yes, believe it or not, I have Shaq as one of the people who needs to stop disrespecting the legacy of Shaquille O'Neal. First off, let's tackle the perspective of Mad Dog on First Take. Take a listen to his thoughts on the Diesel.
First off, we got to hear Shaq now do this. Shaq is what? The 5th best center in the history of the NBA? Fifth.
What?
Shaq. What do you mean, what?
Who's the 4 ahead of Shaquille O'Neal? Have
like
you
me to
lost
name,
your
you want me
damn
to
mind?
name him for you?
What?
You want me to name
Sure,
him?
go ahead. Go ahead.
Kareem.
Okay.
Wilt.
No. I'm not giving it to Wilt.
No, you guys are crazy.
I'm not giving it to Wilt.
No.
You're not going to put Wilt Chamberlain, who averaged 50 points a game and scored 100 a game in 30 minutes.
Who was a foot taller than 99% of the the league?
The most dominant player in NBA history. Who was stopping Shaquille O'Neal in any era?
And Tim Duncan is better than he is. Tim Duncan's better. And I tell you something, 2 other guys.
That's not a center. Tim Duncan's
Olajuwon is better. Who beat him 4 straight games.
2-time champion of Shaq's 4. No scoring titles to Shaq's 2. What are you talking about?
And I tell you somebody else who's better. You can laugh all you want.
I love Hakeem, but he won Shaq.
Oh, he's a better player than Shaq. Oh, God, he's better. First off, he played Shaq and beat him 4 straight games.
Define me better player.
He's not better than Moses Malone.
What?
There's no chance. Don't give me that.
Oh my Lord! Why are you allowed to talk basketball? I love Moses Malone.
You think Shaq?
Moses Malone was not Shaq.
Not a chance.
And he was great, but he wasn't Shaq.
Help, Lord.
Malone led the league in rebounding 6 consecutive years.
So what?
He won 2 MVPs.
So now that you've seen this recent episode of grown adults screaming at each other, what are some takeaways? Well, for one, Mad Dog said that Shaq was the 5th greatest center ever, but then he went on to name 5 players ahead of him, which were Kareem, Wilt Chamberlain, Tim Duncan, Hakeem Olajuwon, and Moses Malone. Naturally, this would place Shaq as the 6th greatest center ever, even though he said 5th. Whether or not you consider Tim Duncan primarily as a power forward or a center is certainly debatable, so I won't fault people either way on that one. Hakeem Olajuwon is an interesting one to have ahead of Shaq, and honestly, I go back and forth on this ranking. Mad Dog states that Hakeem swept Shaq in 4 straight games, And he's correct on that, as the Rockets won the 1995 championship over Shaq's Orlando Magic. But using that as a way of saying Hakeem is better is way too simplistic. For one, although Shaq was incredible, he wasn't yet in his peak form, which he later experienced in Los Angeles. That matchup was between an experienced 32-year-old Hakeem Olajuwon versus a young and developing 23-year-old Shaq. So that's not the most fair comparison when you're looking at their careers as a whole. The other thing that's worth mentioning is that saying that the Rockets swept the Magic is the far more accurate way of stating it, rather than saying that Hakeem swept Shaq. Because if you watched that series, and if you look at their production, you'll see that it was a pretty even battle with a slight edge to Hakeem. Over that series, the Dream averaged about 33, 11, and 5 on 48% shooting from the field, while Shaq put up 28, 12, and 6 on 59%. Beyond that series, Stephen A mentions that Shaq has 4 rings to Hakeem's 2, which is true, but Hakeem didn't have the luxury of playing alongside of a lethal Kobe Bryant and Dwyane Wade during his prime years. So again, maybe not the most fair comparison. Shaq did have 2 scoring titles, but Hakeem has 2 Defensive Player of the Year awards, which is something that Shaq never achieved. Personally, I think Hakeem is the greatest defensive player since Bill Russell, and it's a large gap between second and third. Honestly, I have no problem with either Shaq or Olajuwon being ranked higher, and I can make an argument either way. But then he took it to another level entirely when he said Moses Malone. Listen, I'm a little frustrated he said this because I personally believe that Moses is usually one of the top 3 most underrated players of all time. But naturally, by pitting him against Shaquille O'Neal, he's inviting people to criticize him instead of appreciate him. Moses was simply one of the greatest rebounders of all time, and as Mad Dog said, he led the NBA in rebounding 6 times in his career, which is a feat that Shaq could only dream of, as he never led the NBA in rebounding. With that being said, Shaq is without question a better rim protector than Moses, and he's a vastly better scorer as well. In Moses Malone's lengthy career, he only had 2 seasons where he averaged at least 26 points per game. On the other hand, Shaq did that every season for 10 years straight. Add on the fact that Shaq has 4 championships to Moses's 1 and 14 All-NBA teams to Moses's 8, and yeah, Shaq is without question higher on the all-time list. People forget that for 3 or 4 straight years of basketball, every team outside of Los Angeles was trying to stop Shaq, and would spend entire off-seasons making moves to adjust to him. He was the league's gravitational pull during his best in the NBA, and nowadays, people are taking that for granted. Now that ESPN clip wasn't the most disrespectful thing to Shaq in this video. It's this next one. Take a listen to these recent comments from Bill Simmons on his podcast.
This Embiid season though, just quickly, holy shit. So he's averaging 35 points a game. I think he's the best offensive center since Kareem in 1972. Kareem in 72, 34.8 points a game, 57% field goal. Embiid is 35 points a game, 55% field goal. Here's the thing. Termini mentioned this last week on the podcast, and this is the most important Embiid point, and this is why he has a case for being the best offensive scoring center that we've seen since Wilt Chamberlain. He makes his free throws. He's at 89.3% for his free throws this year. He's making 10.3 free throws a game out of 11.6 attempts. Shaq in 2000, Shaq averaged 29.7 points a game in his MVP season in 2000. Embiid was 35 points a game. Shaq was 57% from field goals. Embiid's 55. What's the difference? Shaq made 5.5 out of 10.4 free throws a game. Embiid makes almost 5 more free throws a game, which is exactly the difference in their points per game. And on top of it, you can't foul him at the end of games. So I have Shaq, I don't know, he's like 12th or 13th in my pantheon. At least this version of Embiid right now is just a better player than Shaq. He is. Because Shaq was a 44-minute overpowering guy, and in the playoffs against the wrong team, whatever. But those last 4 minutes, that's when Kobe was so important, and you know all that stuff. But Shaq's free throw shooting was an absolute unequivocal liability for them. And Embiid's free throw shooting is a legitimate strength for the Sixers. So, Jesus, 35 points a game and shooting almost 90% from three, and you're 7'2". Unbelievable.
Alright, now before I pick this apart, I want you to understand, I'm actually a big fan of Bill Simmons. In many ways, I admire this guy, considering how he's simply a basketball superfan who built his brand on the power of his passion. In many ways, I'm trying to follow the path that he set out. This is also my copy of the Book of Basketball, which is a book he wrote and is an awesome read. So with all of these things considered, I'm actually surprised to hear him make such a casual conclusion in this instance. Looking at different eras and seeing a recent guy averaging 35 and one guy averaging 30, and then concluding that the more recent guy is better simply because 35 is higher than 30 is one of the most surface level takes that I've heard. Since the NBA merger in 1976, this is the highest scoring NBA season ever. In today's NBA, teams are averaging 115.5 points per game. And in Shaq's 99 to 2000 MVP season, teams were averaging only 97.5 points per game. And in all of Shaq's seasons with the Lakers, that was the only year where the league average was above 97 points. For a multitude of reasons, offensive statistics are ridiculously inflated in the modern game. There's triple-doubles galore, there's back-to-back 20-point and 20-assist nights, 40 and 50-point games are a nightly occurrence, and a rookie flirted with a quadruple-double while having a minutes restriction. In the modern season, 14 players are averaging at least 26 points per game, and in Shaq's MVP season, he was one of only 2 players to average at least 26. I'm writing this script on January 1st, 2024, and as of this moment, there have been 462 30-point games in the 2023 to 2024 season. In the totality of the 1999 to 2000 season, there was a total of 502 30-point games. So obviously, the total is close. But it shouldn't be, considering the fact that modern teams are only 32 games into the 82-game regular season. This means that this current year will far exceed the amount of 30-point performances of the entire 99 to 2000 season, well before we've even hit the halfway point. If that doesn't tell you how inflated today's stats are, then nothing will. The numbers being inflated is just one of 3 reasons why these comments are ridiculous by Bill Simmons. The second reason is because it's insanely premature. We are just over 1/3 into an NBA regular season, and we're giving someone the title of the greatest scoring center since Kareem, simply because of what he's done in a very small sample size. 32 games into the 2019 to 2020 NBA season, James Harden was averaging a whopping 38.3 points per game. People were speculating if he would average 40 that year, and at that point, some were even referring to him as the greatest scorer since Michael Jordan. But then, he dropped off significantly, and averaged just 30.8 points for the rest of the year, dropping his seasonal average to 34.3. Now in hindsight, those comments about Harden look ridiculous, and people can now see how these analysts were slaves of the moment. Listen, I don't care if it's 1964, 1994, or 2024. Averaging 35 points per game on tremendous efficiency is incredibly impressive and worth appreciating. And from that perspective, Joel Embiid certainly deserves his due credit. But if you're gonna give him the title of the greatest offensive center since Kareem, then you can't just ignore the context of the era, like the faster pace of play, like the existence of the defensive 3-second rule which opens up the painted area, and the less frequent calls for traveling. The third reason why Bill's comments are absurd is because, good God, the playoffs actually matter. How are you going to give someone the title of the greatest offensive player when that same player isn't even great when the games actually matter? In the entire 2023 playoffs, Embiid averaged just 23.7 points on 43.1% shooting and 17.9% from 3-point range. In the entire 2022 playoffs, Embiid averaged 23.6 points on 48.4% shooting and 21.2% from three-point range. He's in his late 20s, and these are the prime years of his career, yet he has a tendency of coming up incredibly small offensively in the playoffs. Meanwhile, these were the averages that Shaq was putting up for 3 years in the NBA Finals at this same age, and at a time that producing offense was much more difficult. Plain and simple, this shouldn't even be a conversation. What Embiid is doing roughly a third into the regular season is impressive, but he hasn't yet earned his way into the conversation with Shaq of the greatest scoring center since Kareem. So at this point of the video, we've seen ESPN analysts disrespect Shaq, we've seen a podcaster disrespect Shaq, and now we're going to take a look at Shaq disrespecting Shaq. When it comes to personalities, the Diesel is one of the most fascinating ones that I've ever followed. He almost seems bipolar at points. Sometimes he's the most egotistical person in the room. As he'll flaunt his 4 rings, he'll declare himself as the most dominant player ever, and he'll speak of himself in third person. But then at other times, you won't find a more humble athlete. Shaq recently said that Steph Curry is better than him. Years ago, he said that Giannis was better than him at the same age. He said that Bill Russell, Wilt Chamberlain, and Hakeem Olajuwon were all better. Recently, he said that at no point was he ever better than Kobe Bryant and Dwyane Wade, which is crazy when you consider how he was once teammates with a fresh out of high school Kobe Bryant, who was averaging just 7 points, while Shaq was averaging 26 and 12. In 2001, he said that Kobe was the best player in the world, despite the fact that Shaq was the defending MVP and Finals MVP. In 1997, he tried to decline his spot among the 50 greatest players of all time, so a more veteran player could take his spot. I'm a big believer in letting others praise you and not doing it yourself, but at the same time, Shaq's humility and dismissiveness of himself has gone so far that I think it's starting to affect how he's remembered. This was a guy who was 1 vote away from a unanimous MVP. This is a guy who averaged 35 and 15 over 3 straight NBA Finals, which is a championship accomplishment that can only be rivaled by the great Michael Jordan. Shaq was a guy who shaped the Western Conference in the early 2000s, and sure, he wasn't a great foul shooter, but I've never seen a player put more bodies in foul trouble than Shaq did at his peak. Shannon Sharpe and many other talking heads have regurgitated the narrative that Shaq didn't have great longevity due to his lack of fitness. And although that's true to a small extent, it's definitely massively overblown. For goodness sake, Shaq finished as a top 4 finalist in the MVP voting, a whopping 12 seasons apart, which very few legends can even claim. If it wasn't for Wilt Chamberlain, he would be universally recognized as the most dominant player in NBA history. And without question, he's one of the top 3 greatest finals performers of all time, which is, after all, where legacies are built. So at this point, I don't care if Shaq keeps disrespecting himself. If you want to authentically claim that you know basketball, then you'll stop disrespecting Shaquille O'Neal. All the time, I see people engaging in the debate of who truly dominated Father Time, Michael Jordan or LeBron James. It's certainly not the worst argument to have, as both superstars were extremely impressive basketball players in their latter years. At 38 years old, LeBron took his Lakers all the way to the Western Conference Finals, while averaging these ridiculous numbers throughout the regular season. On the other hand, there's Michael Jordan, who joined one of the worst teams in the league at the age of 38, and up until he tore a ligament in his knee, he had them destined for the NBA playoffs. But what if I told you that neither of these legends were actually the GOAT candidate who had the most impressive accomplishment at that age? Today, our story takes us back to the mid-80s and the heat of the greatest rivalry in basketball history. At the end of the 1984 NBA season, the Lakers and Celtics had met up in the NBA Finals for the first time since the 1960s. It was an absolute classic, as the series was decided over 7 hard-fought games. At the end of the day, it was Larry Bird and the Boston Celtics who were taking home the Larry O'Brien Trophy. This started a new narrative amongst the media, that the Lakers were too old and the time of the Celtics had now arrived. In truth, the Lakers team as a whole wasn't tremendously old, but their captain, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, was now in his late 30s and in the twilight of his career. Regardless of whatever narratives the media could come up with, the fact remained, the Lakers and Celtics were easily the two best teams in the entire league. And after both teams won over 60 games throughout the regular season, they seemed on a collision course for a rematch in the 1985 NBA Finals. Magic Johnson was leading the Lakers as he was now clearly coronated as the Lakers' best player within the franchise. On the other hand, Larry Bird had just won his second straight league MVP and was making a strong claim for the title of the best player in the NBA. At the time, the belief among general basketball audiences is that one of these two players would have been the deciding factor in the upcoming NBA Finals. The Celtics were the defending champions, and they had home court advantage for the rematch. The majority of the confidence seemed to be in their corner, and that would definitely be the case after Game 1. When the series began, the Lakers didn't even seem to be in the same league as Boston, as the Celtics were absolutely on fire from the field, while the Lakers looked slow, sluggish, and afraid of the moment. At the end of the night, the Celtics had completely destroyed the Lakers, with a final score of 148-114. To this day, this game is known as the Memorial Day Massacre. Despite the beatdown, Magic Johnson and James Worthy actually had decent outings for Los Angeles. But the player who didn't perform very well was their veteran center, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. On the night, Kareem only had 12 points and 3 rebounds, while he was simultaneously destroyed by the Celtics bigs, Robert Parrish and Kevin McHale. After the loss, the Lakers head coach Pat Riley was irate. Initially, he scolded the entire team, and then he pulled Kareem aside to scold him individually. The team proceeded to watch 4 hours of film, which was mostly centered around plays where Kareem had failed his assignments. Additionally, the media's response to this devastating loss was especially brutal on Kareem, as he was now 38 years old and in his 16th season in the NBA. Many were saying that Kareem was a liability for Los Angeles, and due to his tremendous mileage, critics were claiming that it was his time to retire in the off-season. Looking for comfort and inspiration, Kareem asked his father to accompany him on his way to attending Game 2. Kareem's dad actually rode the team bus to the stadium with the Lakers, which is usually something that was against the team's rules. But Pat Riley understood the uniqueness of the situation and sympathized with Kareem's need to be with his dad during that time. It served as an inspiration for both the players and Riley, who delivered an epic speech on the bus ride to the game. There was immense pressure on the entire team, but no player was facing more pressure than Kareem, whose entire position was under question from the media and from general basketball audiences. There are many examples of NBA legends facing intense criticism and needing to prove themselves to restore their reputation. This was one of the greatest examples of that in the history of the NBA. For Game 2 in Boston, Los Angeles was ready, but no player was more locked in than the heavily scrutinized Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. At the age of 38, with nearly 55,000 career minutes on his legs, Kareem mustered up one of the all-time great performances in finals history. Offensively, defensively, and on the boards, he excelled well beyond the efforts of the Celtics bigs, as Kareem poured in 30 points, 17 rebounds, 8 assists, and 3 blocks on 58% shooting. It was a game the Lakers needed, not just to tie the series, but also for their confidence. And thanks to Kareem, they got the victory in Game 2, 109-102. In Game 3, Kareem continued his redemptive dominance, as he dropped 26 points, 14 rebounds, and 7 assists on 77% shooting. And the Lakers won that game as well, 136-111. Heading into Game 5, the series was tied at 2 games apiece, and with Games 6 and 7 scheduled to take place in Boston, the Lakers recognized Game 5 as a must-win situation. Despite everything he had provided up to that moment, the Lakers had to lean on their aging captain yet again, And once again, he rose to the occasion, as Kareem put up 36 points, 7 rebounds, 7 assists, and 3 blocks, leading the Lakers to a 120-111 victory. If there was any doubt on who was going to win this series, Kareem authoritatively put that to rest. And after yet another strong performance in Game 6, the Lakers had won the championship in the Garden with a final score of 111-100. On the series as a whole, Kareem averaged 25.7 points, 9 rebounds, 5.2 assists, and 1.5 blocks on a lethal 60.4% shooting. At the age of 38 years and 54 days, he became the oldest Finals MVP in the history of the game. It's still the NBA record to this very day, and second place isn't remotely close, which was LeBron James in 2020, who won the award at 35 years and 284 days. In all 76 years of the NBA's existence, no other great has ever done anything like this. Players have played relatively well around the age of 40, but no one else at that age has appeared to be the best player on a court full of Hall of Famers on the game's biggest stage. It is worth mentioning that one of the reasons that people take this performance for granted is because Kareem played effective basketball for another 4 seasons after this, winning an additional 2 championships. He finally retired way after the critics initially told him to, at the age of 42. So listen in, Jordan stans and LeBron stans. Maybe it's best if you both just stop fighting and instead recognize who's the real father of Father Time, the legendary Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Throughout the decades, there have been several great two-way players who left their lasting imprint on the league. Guys like Hakeem Olajuwon, Scottie Pippen, Gary Payton, and even more recent stars like Kawhi Leonard and Paul George. But one of the all-time great two-way players who seems to fly under the radar everywhere other than on my channel is the Milwaukee Bucks legend Sidney Moncrief. This 6'4" point guard / shooting guard was an absolute problem in the 1980s. For some reason, he's rarely mentioned when discussing the all-time great two-way players. But back in his era, everyone knew that he was one of the most dreaded one-on-one matchups in the entire league, and on both ends of the court. So in order for us to understand what kind of player he was, let's start, as we always do, by taking it back to the beginning of his career. Moncrief was drafted by the Milwaukee Bucks with the 5th overall pick in the 1979 draft, out of the University of Arkansas. Obviously, Magic Johnson took all of the headlines as the first pick in that historic draft. But the next best player to come out of the class of '79 was in fact Moncrief. He had a somewhat slow start to his career, and in his rookie season, he averaged just 8 points in 20 minutes of action, on a Bucks team that was still finding its groove. He didn't truly arrive until his 3rd season in the league, which was his first year as an NBA All-Star. As the team's leader in points, assists, and rebounds, he led his Bucks to a 55-27 record, good enough for the 2nd seed in the Eastern Conference. As a solid pickpocket and a smothering on-ball defender, there's a good chance that he would have won the Defensive Player of the Year award that season if the award had actually existed at that point in history. But his time would soon come after. The Defensive Player of the Year award was introduced to the NBA in the 1982-83 season, and Moncrief went on to win the award in its first 2 seasons of existence, in 1983 and 1984. To this very day, he's the only guard in NBA history to win the award multiple times. Not only was he a lockdown defender, but his skills continue to improve on the offensive end. As an athletically gifted slasher, he had his best season offensively in 1983, where he averaged over 22 points per game on 52.4% shooting. Typically, 6'4" guards struggle to be a high scorer while averaging north of 50% from the field. Not only did Moncrief do that in 1983, but he actually shot better than 50% from the field over the course of his career. From 1982 to 1986, he was an All-Star in 5 straight seasons. But beyond the fact that his individual abilities were shining, he was also leading his team to be a consistent contender in the Eastern Conference. For some reason, when people talk about the 1980s Eastern Conference, people seem to only think of the Celtics, the Pistons, the Bulls, and the 76ers. But the thing is, the Bucks were always in that mix as well. From 1981 to 1987, Moncrief led his Bucks to have at least 50 wins in 7 straight seasons, including trips to the Eastern Conference Finals in 1983, 1984, and 1986. One shocking accomplishment was when his Bucks swept Larry Bird and the Boston Celtics out of the 1983 semifinals, 4-0. Larry Bird has since went on to describe that series as the most embarrassing moment of his life. In those semifinals, Moncrief led all players in scoring while leading his team in assists and steals. Eliminating Bird and the Celtics in the midst of their dynasty days was no easy task. But one of the greatest achievements of his career is what he accomplished in the 1985 NBA playoffs. When people think of Michael Jordan's playoff exits before Scottie Pippen developed into a co-star, they usually think of their losses at the hands of the Celtics and Pistons. But the thing is, neither of those teams were actually the first team to eliminate Michael Jordan from the playoffs. That was Sidney Moncrief and his Milwaukee Bucks. With the help of his co-star, Terry Cummings, the Bucks dominated the Bulls, winning the series in 4 games, 3-1. In that historic series, the 2-time Defensive Player of the Year winner, Sidney Moncrief, contained Michael Jordan to only 43.6% shooting over the course of the series. And then, when it came to the offensive end, Sidney averaged 26.5 points, nearly 5 rebounds, and nearly 5 assists, on far greater than 50-40-90 percentages over the course of the series. At the end of the day, I can't say enough positive things about this incredibly overlooked guard. Being the only guard to win back-to-back DPOYs is a special achievement in and of itself. But doing it in an era where he had to consistently guard guys like Larry Bird, Michael Jordan, Dominique Wilkins, and Clyde Drexler is just overwhelmingly impressive. Although he was one of the best players in the league during his prime, and although he's one of the greatest two-way players of all time, unfortunately, he didn't have very great longevity due to his degenerative knee issues and significant heel issues that drastically limited his productivity as he entered his late 20s. The drop-off was dramatic, and by the age of 29, he was only a shell of what he once was. At the age of 31, he retired from the NBA and spent an entire year away from professional basketball. When he was 33 years old, he came back to the NBA as a member of the Atlanta Hawks, but he only had very minor contributions throughout the course of the regular season. He did manage to have one amazing flashback when he dropped 23 points in just 22 minutes in Game 4 of the first round against Detroit. The Hawks were eventually eliminated in 5 games, and Moncrief shelved his sneakers for good. In total, he made 5 All-Star teams, 5 All-NBA teams, 5 All-Defense teams, and was a 2-time Defensive Player of the Year winner, and is a Basketball Hall of Famer. Some of the greatest players of all time remember the impact of Moncrief quite well. For example, Michael Jordan said this about the Bucks star: "When you play against Moncrief, you're in for a night of all-around basketball. He'll hound you everywhere you go, both ends of the court. You just expect it." Larry Bird had this to say as well: "Moncrief does everything you're supposed to do on defense and doesn't take any shortcuts. Plus he does it every night." To me, what's mind-blowing is how he's rarely discussed among the greatest perimeter defenders in NBA history. Usually guys like Gary Payton, Michael Jordan, and even Kobe Bryant take all of the spotlight. But I think if you ask players who actually played against him in the 1980s, there's a very good chance that they have Moncrief in the top spot overall ahead of all those other legends. As for myself personally, well, it's tough to rank players defensively when there's so much nuance involved. At the very least, I have him as a top 5 perimeter defender on my all-time rankings. Since the initial creation of the National Basketball Association, there have been several different dynasties who have shaped the history and landscape of the sport. Of course, within those dynasties have been iconic superstar figures who get the vast majority of the attention. But with that being said, usually those players were such gigantic figures that they cast a massive shadow over the key contributors of their success. Today, we're looking at an unsung hero from each dynasty in chronological order, as we aim to appreciate these all-time great teams with a broader perspective. Before I get started, let me first explain the definition of a dynasty for this video. In this case, a dynasty is a team that won at least 3 championships in the span of a decade with the same core group of players. So without further ado, let's get into it. First off, Vern Mikkelsen of the 1950s Lakers. The superstar of that Lakers team was the 6'10 George Mikan, and honestly, I could even argue that he's underappreciated based on how much he dominated and based on how rarely his era is discussed. Regardless, most of you have heard of George Mikan, but I guarantee that only a few of you have ever heard of his sidekick, Vern Mikkelsen. Mikkelsen was a 6'7 power forward who had a lethal hook shot, years before Kareem ever set foot in the NBA. He was one of those guys with that old school mindset that whenever possible, you show up to work. And as a result, in his 10-year career, he missed a grand total of just 5 regular season games. If the best ability is availability, then Mikkelsen was truly one of the very best. He was usually the team's second best scorer and rebounder behind Mikan. He won 5 NBA championships and was a 6-time All-Star. At his peak in 1955, he was averaging over 18 points and 10 rebounds on 42% shooting, which was actually elite efficiency during the NBA's infancy. In a league that had many successful Robins, Mikkelsen was probably the first Robin in the history of NBA dynasties. Sam Jones of the 1960 Celtics. Bill Russell was the legendary leader of the most dominant team in basketball history, which was the Celtics of the 60s. The thing is, Russell had the luxury of being able to focus almost exclusively on his defense and rebounding, while others carried the load of the team's offense. No one shouldered more of that offensive burden than his 6'4 shooting guard, Sam Jones. Sam had a game that was incredibly ahead of its time, as he had a good handle of the basketball and a smooth pull-up jumper. Not only was he often the leading scorer in the regular season, but he usually took his offensive game to another level in the playoffs. For example, in 1965, he averaged close to 30 points per game over the entirety of the postseason. He had 4 playoff games in his career where he dropped at least 40 points, including an efficient 51-point performance in 1967 against the New York Knicks, which was a series-clinching victory. Over his career, he was a 5-time All-Star and won a ridiculous 10 championship rings in his 12 seasons in the NBA. Make no mistake, Bill Russell was the greatest player on that dynastic squad, but let's be honest, he often gets all of the credit when a significant portion of that belongs to his sharpshooting teammate. Michael Cooper of the 1980s Lakers. Players like Magic Johnson, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and James Worthy are the most famous faces of the Showtime Lakers. But they don't win 5 championships in that decade without their best defensive player, the 6'7 shooting guard Michael Cooper. Cooper was one of the first 3-and-D type of players, and he's one of the very best in both of those aspects. For a while, he was the NBA record holder for the most 3-pointers made in a finals game. You'd be wrong if you assumed that he was just a shooter though, as he was freakishly athletic and was often the recipient of Magic Johnson's alley-oop passes. Defensively, he made a total of 8 all-defense teams, which is the second most in franchise history behind only Kobe Bryant. And in 1987, he was named the NBA's Defensive Player of the Year, even though he was coming off the bench. Maybe the greatest piece of evidence of his all-time great defense is the fact that Larry Bird once referred to Cooper as the greatest defensive player that he's ever faced. He was a part of all 5 championship teams, and although he was never considered as a superstar, I certainly consider him as one of the greatest 6 men of all time. Dennis Johnson of the 1980s Celtics. When it comes to these great Celtics teams, players like Larry Bird, Kevin McHale, and Robert Parrish seem to draw all of the attention, and even guys like Bill Walton and Danny Ainge get some of the shine as well. But the fantastic player that I almost never see mentioned in the documentaries or in the TV specials was the Celtics starting point guard / shooting guard. Unlike Michael Cooper, DJ was not a great three-point shooter, but he was a massive help to the Celtics on both ends of the court. Prior to his days in Boston, DJ spent time as a leading star player and was even the Finals MVP for the Seattle Supersonics in 1979. When he became a Celtic, less was required of him, but he still remained as a key scorer and distributor, as he averaged nearly 15 points and nearly 6 assists in his first 3 seasons in Boston. The best part of his game, though, was his elite on-ball defense, as he was regularly assigned to the best scoring wings in the entire league, like Michael Jordan, for example. On the defensive end, there are very few who are more proven, as DJ made and earned a total of 9 All-Defense Team selections, which is tied for the second most selections for a guard in NBA history. Overall, he was a 3-time NBA champion and a 5-time All-Star. Ron Harper of the 1990s Bulls. He was only there for the second three-peat, but his impact for that team should not be downplayed. Many people lose track of just how stacked those late 90s Bulls were. Jordan, Pippen, and Rodman created all of the headlines, and even Tony Kukoc earned the respect of the basketball world. But what's rarely mentioned is just how impactful Harper was, and how he was a legitimate star in his own right before joining Chicago. In his first 8 years in the league, Harper was averaging around 20 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, and 2 steals, while being a pretty solid defensive player. Once in Chicago, he remained a full-time starter, but didn't have to score as much with teammates like Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen, as his scoring dropped to roughly 8 points per game. On the other hand, Harper usually doesn't get enough credit for his contribution to their all-time great perimeter defense. He was fantastic at frustrating opposing guards and forcing them into making bad decisions. He was usually among the league leaders in steals per game, and when you mix that ability with Jordan, Pippen, and Rodman, well then it's no wonder why they were such a nightmare on defense. Derek Fisher of the 2000s Lakers. Every single one of Kobe's 5 championship teams had Derek Fisher as a teammate. Oftentimes, Robert Horry is recognized as the clutch shooting role player during their championship runs, but I would argue that Fisher was just as valuable, if not more so. This 6'1" point guard was arguably the best spot-up three-point shooter on the entire team, which was even more valuable for this specific group, considering how Shaq was often looking to kick the ball out to his shooters after the defense collapsed. In those situations, none were more dependable than Fisher, especially in the 2001 playoffs, where the Lakers famously steamrolled their way to the championship with a 15-1 record. Sure, Kobe and Shaq dominated, but over those playoffs, Fisher was the team's 3rd leading scorer, averaging 13.4 points. And not only did he lead the team in three-point attempts, but he hit a ridiculous 51.5% of his three-point shots. In the years afterwards, Fisher continued to prove that he was one of the most clutch role-playing shooters in the league, hitting numerous iconic shots in the postseason. Bruce Bowen of the 2000 Spurs. He's another incredibly valuable 3-and-D player who was the Spurs' starting small forward in 7 out of his 8 seasons in San Antonio. Bowen absolutely loved the corner 3, and under the coaching of Greg Popovich, he had plenty of opportunities. He was usually shooting around 40% from three-point range, but at his peak in 2003, he shot a league-best 44.1% over the course of the season. Even more valuable than his three-point shooting was his perimeter defense. Even though Tim Duncan is known as one of the greatest defensive players of all time, you could make the argument that he wasn't the best defender on his own team during his prime, as Bowen finished as the runner-up for the Defensive Player of the Year in 3 straight seasons, from 2005 to 2007. In total, he made 8 All-Defense teams, and I kinda think he isn't recognized for it because he often received the title of a dirty player from the basketball community, and I don't think anyone believes that more than Vince Carter, who was about ready to destroy Bowen after the 3rd time he stepped under his foot and rolled Carter's ankle. Regardless on your opinions of Bowen's character, the reality is he was a pivotal aspect in 3 of their title runs in San Antonio. Andre Iguodala of the 2010s Warriors. Back in the early years before Golden State, Iggy was seen as a star who could play above the rim and was averaging as high as 20 points per game in 2008. During his time in Golden State, he was in his early to mid-30s, and he served the team as their 6th man. Over time, he started to own the role of a defensive specialist, and did a fantastic job of containing the best wings in the league, like LeBron James, for example. Famously, he even won the 2015 Finals MVP thanks to his defensive effort on LeBron. Eventually, he was even in the group of Warriors designated as the Death Lineup, operating as a key facilitator and defender. In total, he made 2 All-Defense teams and was a part of all 4 of the Warriors' championship runs. When the basketball community talks about the greatest defenders in NBA history, I hear a lot of different names come up. Of course, there's the more popular choices like Dennis Rodman, Bill Russell, and Hakeem Olajuwon. Then you'll hear some others, like Ben Wallace, Tim Duncan, Scottie Pippen, and so on. We could probably list off 50 commonly mentioned names before we finally got to the guy who was literally known as the Secretary of Defense. I'm talking about the Hall of Famer, Bobby Jones. Although most people don't ever mention him, I can make a strong argument that he's a top 10 defender of all time. He was a 6'9" power forward who played 2 seasons in the ABA before moving to the NBA during the merger. His professional career was between 1974 and 1986, and during that time, he had an impact that his teammates will always remember. Most famously was his impact with the Philadelphia 76ers. On that talented squad, he was usually coming off the bench, and actually won the 6th Man of the Year award in 1983. In my opinion, he was like a gazelle, as his large strides made him a nightmare in transition, whether on offense or defense. Before LeBron made it cool for younger fans, Jones was a chase-down blocking machine, constantly disrupting seemingly easy layups and dunks. In total, he made 11 All-Defense teams between the 2 leagues, which is tied for the 4th most in basketball history, trailing only Tim Duncan, Kobe Bryant, and Kevin Garnett. He was often near the league leaders in both steals and blocks, while being one of the most efficient shooters the game had to offer thanks to his quality shot selection. This double-double threat was a 5-time All-Star, but his greatest achievement was his tremendous impact towards the 76ers championship team in 1983, as he helped them steamroll through the playoffs while losing only 1 playoff game in the process. Ultimately, if you're gonna have a thorough conversation about the greatest defenders of all time, then you just can't do it without mentioning the one known as the Secretary of Defense. You viewers are extremely knowledgeable when it comes to the deep and rich history of the NBA, so you'll be able to relate to me on this. When you have a knowledgeable understanding of past generations of basketball, you tend to get frustrated when the mainstream media completely disregards certain players who deserve to be in the conversation. Day after day, it's all about Jordan versus LeBron, and everyone else seems to be worthless in the conversation in the eyes of the media. Obviously, that's because there's an agenda behind it. The mainstream sports outlets want as many clicks as possible, so they will always steer the conversation in particular directions. If the GOAT conversation was all about Kareem versus Jordan, well then that wouldn't get as many clicks, because it doesn't involve an active player, which means it isn't as relevant to the modern audience. Trust me, I've seen this cycle play out a few times over the decades. Just wait until LeBron retires, and it will no longer be all about Jordan versus LeBron, because you'll then be talking about 2 retired players. Once LeBron is retired, they'll find a new active player to compare to a former great, whether that's LeBron or Jordan. So with this in mind, I began to wonder, who are some of the players who have been pushed aside in the conversations about who's the greatest? I decided to break this down by positions, and let me know in the comments if you agree or disagree with my selections. Starting off the list, we're looking at the center position, which is the most competitive group of legends in NBA history. But for me personally, the guy who absolutely deserves to be in the conversation of the greatest centers of all time is the man known as the chairman of the boards, Moses Malone. This 6'10 center dominated the league right before Magic and Bird took over the NBA and stole all of the attention, which kind of explains why he's so under-recognized. In his career, Malone was a 13-time All-Star, a 6-time rebounding champion, a 3-time league MVP, an NBA champion, and the 1983 Finals MVP. Without question, he was one of the greatest rebounders of all time. But more specifically, since the offensive rebounding stats have been tracked, he's the greatest offensive rebounder in NBA history, and it's not even remotely close. Between NBA and ABA stats, these are the 4 totals of the other top 5 offensive rebounders of all time. And then, way ahead of them, in a stratosphere completely on his own, is Moses Malone, who was over 2,500 offensive rebounds ahead of the nearest competitor. At his peak, he was averaging over 30 points per game and around 15 rebounds, while making first-team All-Defense on 2 separate occasions. I believe the reason why Moses isn't remembered more fondly by specific organizations is because he's probably the greatest journeyman in the history of the NBA, as he changed teams a total of 10 times in his 21-year career. Regardless, when you look at his career and production as a whole, there's no reason why Malone shouldn't be considered as a top-tier center among the all-time greats. Next, I'm looking at the power forward position, and the player who should be in the discussion, but almost never is the Boston Celtics legend Kevin McHale. McHale was so dangerous and efficient in the post that he was nicknamed the torture chamber because of how he dominated helpless defenders. It makes sense why they had no answer for him, as he was 6 foot 10 inches tall with an 8 foot long wingspan. On top of that ridiculous reach, McHale also had an extremely high release point on his jump shot. Along with that, McHale had some of the best footwork of any big man that I've ever seen, second only to Hakeem Olajuwon. In the history of the NBA, only 2 players have shot at least 60% from the field and 80% from the free throw line while averaging at least 20 points per game. Those players are Nikola Jokic and Kevin McHale, and McHale had the highest scoring average of any player who's reached those percentages, which was when he scored 26.1 points per game in 1987. His ridiculous size and wingspan also made him a terrifying interior defender, as he deserves a tremendous amount of credit for the Celtics' consistently elite defense throughout the 1980s. Obviously, Larry Bird deserves the majority of the credit for his success. He doesn't win nearly as much in that decade if it wasn't for his all-time great sidekick. In total, McHale was a 3-time champion, he made 7 All-Star teams, and made 6 All-Defense teams. Honestly, I remember in the early 2000s, McHale was usually debated among the greatest power forwards of all time, alongside of Karl Malone and Charles Barkley. But ever since the emergence of Dirk Nowitzki, Kevin Garnett, and Tim Duncan, McHale has seemed to have become an afterthought in the discussion, but without question, he deserves a spot in that conversation. Next up, let's take a look at the small forward position. As far as I can tell, the small forward debate is always between 2 greats, LeBron James and Larry Bird. But there's another player who could definitely have an argument, but most people do not include him because of a technicality. He's known as the Dr. Julius Erving. This 6'7" small forward was known to many as the Michael Jordan before Michael Jordan, as he dominated the game with his graceful skills and with his incredible athletic ability. The thing is, Dr. J was playing professional basketball during the NBA merger in 1976, which means that he spent some years in the ABA and many years in the NBA. Usually, his NBA accomplishments are the only things that are considered in these debates. But that's not fair to Dr. J at all, as some of his best seasons came in his ABA days. When you include his ABA stats and accomplishments, and factor in his entire professional career as a whole, Erving has over 30,000 points, which means that he and LeBron James are the only small forwards to eclipse the 30K mark. He has 3 championship rings, 16 All-Star appearances, 4 league MVPs, 3 scoring titles, and an All-Defense Team appearance. That's certainly a worthy resume of consideration, but simply because it's split between 2 leagues, it usually is not. Shooting guard is a position that I'm definitely skipping, because with Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant at the top of the totem pole, and with Dwyane Wade usually getting a respectable amount of recognition, there's really no one else who could possibly have an argument amongst that group. Now onto the point guard position. I usually hear people debate Steph Curry and Magic Johnson, and then after that, I hear people mention names like Oscar Robertson, John Stockton, and even Chris Paul. Yet for some reason, Isaiah Thomas of the Detroit Pistons seems to have been lost in the discussion. One of the weirdest developments in my life is that I've suddenly become one of the channels who has to remind people about the legacy of Isaiah Thomas. I hated this guy when I was young, because he was the leader and the floor general of the bad boy Detroit Pistons. Although they were consistent contenders in the Eastern Conference, they were also one of the most hated and least respected teams of all time, as their brutal and sometimes dirty physical style of play created a lot of adversaries in the basketball world. With that being said, don't let that fool you into thinking that they were not an extremely talented team. And specifically, in the case of Isaiah Thomas, he was one of the greatest dual threats in NBA history. In the 1984-85 season, Isaiah averaged a whopping 13.9 assists per game, which, outside of John Stockton, is the highest assists per game average in NBA history. But he was also capable of completely taking over a game offensively, like when he clutchly scored 16 points in just 94 seconds in an elimination playoff game, or like when he scored 25 points in just 1 quarter of an NBA Finals game, which he did on a swollen ankle. To this day, that is the highest scoring quarter in NBA Finals history. Isaiah was the type of guy who could get 20 assists in one game and then score 40 points in the very next game, if that is what his team needed. This dual threat aspect was always a strong part of his skill set, and there's very few all-time great point guards who can make that same claim. He was also one of the greatest ball handlers in the game, as he was basically the Kyrie Irving of his era when it came to elite handling. He was a 12-time All-Star, a 2-time NBA champion, the 1985 assist champion, and the 1990 Finals MVP. Ask anyone who watched NBA basketball during the 1980s, and they'll tell you that although Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, and Michael Jordan drew all of the attention and adoration, on any given night, Isaiah Thomas could have been the best player on the court, and no one would be surprised. One of the most discussed topics on this channel is the underrated and underappreciated players of the NBA's past. When I'm asked who I think the most underrated players are, it's very difficult to answer, because the truth is, there's just so many of them. These are players who for one reason or another have been forgotten or overlooked as the years have gone on. Simply off the top of my head, I wrote down 35 players who had a chance at making this list, and then I narrowed those 35 down to only 10. Now, one crucial detail to note for my list: there are no active players on my list, and I believe there's a good reason for that. I've said this before in a previous video, but when we're talking about the most underrated players, there's usually one major factor that plays a part: ignorance. And I don't mean that to sound negative, but I mean that in the word's actual definition. It's easy for a player to be underappreciated when young fans literally know nothing about the player being discussed. Which is also why it's difficult for a modern player to be underrated to the same extent, because although that active player has his fans and his haters, by and large, everyone is familiar with his skill set and talent. That's why there's such an old school flavor to this list, and if I'm still doing this YouTube thing 20 years from now, I'll be using the same explanation to tell you why there's more players from the 2020s than there are from the 2040s. So without further ado, let's get into it. I'll keep saying it because I feel pretty confident about it, but Moses Malone is the most underrated center of all time. I believe a major part of why he's so underrated is the fact that he's arguably the greatest journeyman to ever play, as Moses played for 8 different franchises throughout his basketball career. I mean, for goodness sake, look at how many different jerseys this guy wore over the course of his career. Due to this, no one specific franchise can claim him as their own, which certainly affects how he's remembered. Moses was simply dominant though, especially in terms of his scoring and rebounding. He was a 13-time All-Star, a 3-time league MVP, won 6 rebounding titles, and was the best player on the 1983 Philadelphia 76ers, a team that won the NBA championship and has a legitimate case for the title of the greatest team in NBA history. Moses' nickname was the chairman of the boards, and there are few players who have dominated a single aspect of pro basketball as much as Malone dominated the offensive boards. During the 1981-82 season, Moses averaged 6.9 offensive rebounds per game. No one else in the history of the NBA has ever officially averaged as many offensive rebounds as Moses did that season. That's a ton of second chance opportunities to consistently provide for your team. If you're still not thoroughly impressed, consider this. There are 8 players in NBA history with over 4,000 offensive rebounds. Robert Parrish is second all-time with 4,598. Moses has 6,731, and that doesn't even include his 2 seasons in the ABA. Honestly, it's laughable how much he dominates everyone else in that area. Next up is Bob McAdoo. When we talk about the NBA's 50 Greatest Players ceremony in 1997, people usually point to Dominique Wilkins as the biggest snub from that list. But I could give a strong argument that it was actually Bob McAdoo. During Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's individual dominance in the 1970s, McAdoo was one of the only players who legitimately challenged him as a regular MVP candidate, and he actually won the award over Kareem in 1975. McAdoo was a 6'9" center, but he played the game like a smooth small forward, as he scored the vast majority of his points outside of 10 feet with his stellar footwork and with his incredibly reliable jump shot. McAdoo led the league in scoring for 3 consecutive seasons from 1974 to 1976, getting as high as 34.5 in 1975. He did eventually win 2 NBA championships in his twilight years as a solid scoring spark off the bench for the Showtime Lakers in the 1980s. Fifth up is Chris Webber, one of the more recent legends on my list, but Webber absolutely has very good reasons to be here. When people talk about the great power forwards of the 2000s, they always talk about Tim Duncan, Dirk Nowitzki, and Kevin Garnett, as they should. But in the first half of the decade, Webber was legitimately in the conversation for the title of the best power forward in the game, and many people seem to have forgotten that. He was the best passer out of that group and was putting up monstrous stat lines during his prime, and if it wasn't for the league screwing him over in the 2002 West Finals, then he would be known today as an NBA champion and as the superstar who put an end to the Shaq and Kobe dynasty. Next is Mark Price. The 6-foot point guard played in the NBA from 1986 to 1998, and his best years were as a member of the Cleveland Cavaliers. Not only did he have an incredibly smooth handle, but Price was simply one of the best pure shooters the game has ever seen. His field goal percentage was just a bit shy of having 50-40-90 career percentages, which is absolutely incredible. Not only was he a near 20 points per game scorer in his best years, but he was also just slightly behind the league leaders in assists per game. I'm definitely planning on making his own video at some point, and considering his talent, it's quite surprising how overlooked he's become. Seventh on the list is Adrian Dantley. He played in the NBA from 1976 to 1991 and spent his best years as a member of the Utah Jazz and Detroit Pistons. Adrian was a smooth and fundamentally sound 6'5" small forward, whose mid-range game and ability to finish in the paint was consistently among the best of the best. He was a 6-time All-Star and a 2-time scoring champion. To simply say that Dantley was an underrated scorer would be a gigantic understatement. In 1981, he averaged 30.7 points. The following year, he averaged 30.3 points, and then 30.7 points in 1983, and then 30.6 points in 1984. That's a streak of 4 straight seasons where he averaged over 30 points per game. The only players who have a longer streak of seasons are Michael Jordan and Wilt Chamberlain. Those are literally the only 2 players. What's even more impressive is the fact that Dantley shot an insane 56.4% over that 4-season stretch. That's incredibly efficient, even for a center, but for a 30 points per game small forward, that's basically unheard of.
Add that to the fact that he was consistently among the most efficient free throw shooters in the league, and yeah, Dantley is clearly underrated. Next up is Dolph Schayes. Many players are underrated and underappreciated, but few legends are so underappreciated that most young basketball fans have never even heard of them. That's the category that Schayes falls into, as the legend played from 1949 to 1964, spending almost the entirety of his career with the Syracuse Nationals. The 6'8" power forward was a solid scorer, getting as high as 24.9 points per game, and was also an elite rebounder as he led the league in 1951 with 16.4 per game. Despite being a big man, he was also one of the best free throw shooters of league history, as he led the league on 3 separate occasions, getting as high as 90.4% from the charity stripe. He made 12 All-NBA teams and won the NBA championship in 1955, and he certainly would have been the Finals MVP if the award had existed at that point in history. Next is James Worthy. The 6'9" small forward is one of the most overlooked greats of basketball history, and was the perfect running mate for Magic Johnson. James loved to run the floor and score in transition, and was the most frequent beneficiary of Magic's no-look passes. That wasn't the only way he scored his points though. James was great with his back to the basket and in face-up situations with the opponent, as he had one of the quickest first steps the game has ever seen. His unique ability to find his way to the paint led him to have an elite field goal efficiency. He also had the nickname Big Game James Worthy, which was very fitting considering the fact that he's one of the great big game performers of league history, like when he was named the 1988 Finals MVP, which capped off his heroic performance in Game 7 against Detroit, where he dropped 36 points, 16 rebounds, and 10 assists on 68% shooting. The Lakers needed every single one of those statistics to win that deciding game by just 3 points. It always annoys me whenever people refer to Magic Johnson and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar as one of the best duos of league history, because the truth is, they weren't simply just a duo. They were a superstar trio, with James Worthy being the third head on the Showtime Lakers' three-headed monster. Lastly is the late great Elgin Baylor. I've saved this guy for last because in my opinion, he's the most underrated player in NBA history. Kobe Bryant put it this way: Elgin Baylor was the Michael Jordan before Michael Jordan and the Julius Erving before Julius Erving. When he wasn't busy serving in the military, he was serving up his opponents, dropping 38.3 points per game in 1962. He also has the all-time record for the most points ever scored in an NBA Finals game when he dropped 61 points against Bill Russell and the Celtics in 1962. Just for good measure, he also snagged 22 rebounds that same game. It's one thing to score like that, but to rebound like Rodman at the same time is mind-boggling. Baylor also has the highest career rebounds per game average for anyone who didn't play at center, with an incredible 13.5 per game. Not only was he not a center, but he stood at only 6 foot 5 inches tall, which makes it even more impressive. No player his size or smaller ever had an average as high as 9 rebounds per game, and Baylor got 13.5. If you ask me, the Laker connection is actually the reason why he's so underrated. Because not only is he so overshadowed by all the other Laker greats, but he's easily the greatest Laker legend to never win an NBA championship. At least in technicality, since he was a member of the 1972 Lakers, but he only played in 9 games that season before his bad knees resulted in him retiring.
After the Showtime era of the Magic Johnson-led Lakers, and before the time when Shaq and Kobe ruled the NBA, the Lakers were a team desperately trying to contend, yet very few remember them due to their inability to win a championship. The face of this Lakers team during the mid-1990s was none other than Nick the Quick Van Exel. The 6'1" point guard was drafted in 1993 by the Lakers in the second round with the 37th overall pick, and is one of the more underrated weapons within Lakers history. Being a second-round draft pick, Van Exel obviously didn't have the highest expectations coming into the league. With that being said, in reality, he obviously had some major shoes to fill, as he was set up to be the point guard of the future by a franchise who had just recently had success with the legendary Magic Johnson. He became the leader of a pretty talented Lakers squad that included pieces like Cedric Ceballos, Eddie Jones, Eldon Campbell, and Vlade Divac. With Van Exel at the helm, this group won as many as 53 games and made it as far as the Western Conference semifinals. But as we all know, that's not enough to be immortalized in Lakers lore. Van Exel was very much a dual threat, as he could score in bunches, but he was also a pretty solid facilitator and would always provide plenty of highlights regardless of which aspect he focused on. A couple examples of this was when he dropped an efficient 40 points against the Sonics in 1995, and when he dished out a remarkable 23 assists against the Grizzlies in 1997, which is still the highest assist total in Lakers history by anyone not named Magic Johnson. He was also one of the elite ball handlers of his era, as he had nearly everything in his bag of tricks, including a devastating hesitation dribble and one of the greatest crossover dribbles that the league has ever seen. When people talk about the all-time great ball handlers, they usually discuss guys like Allen Iverson, Jamal Crawford, and Kyrie Irving. And honestly, I believe that Van Exel should be in that conversation as well, or at the very least, just a tier below those other guys. Van Exel was electrifying as he penetrated the lane and attacked the basket. He had a stunning layup package and was an all-around remarkable finisher at the rim. Nick wasn't just great around the rim, but from the perimeter as well, as he's one of the all-time great three-point shooters and is currently in the 43rd spot for the most three-pointers made in NBA history. He wasn't just great at standstill jumpers or catch-and-shoot jumpers, but he was insanely efficient at hitting deep jumpers while off balance, including fall-away jumpers and ridiculous spinning three-pointers. He was also a remarkable shooter off of 1 foot, whether it be from the mid-range or even from three-point distance and beyond. All of these skills that I've mentioned of his are impressive, but I'm still yet to mention the most incredible and memorable aspect of his legacy. When you talk about the most clutch players in Lakers history, like Kobe Bryant, Jerry West, Magic Johnson, James Worthy, or Robert Horry, it would be a crime to not include Nick Van Exel in that group, as I truly believe that he was one of the most clutch shot makers that the game has ever seen, and anyone who was actually watching basketball in the mid-90s can testify to this. A big reason why Van Exel has so many clutch game winners and buzzer beaters is because of his great sense of concentration and because of his extreme body control, as he was never too off balance to bury a shot. Making as many clutch shots as he did is impressive enough in itself, but the degree of difficulty in many of those shots is what will always stick out in my memory. Unfortunately, in the days he played, the NBA didn't track many clutch stats like they do today. But you can simply tell from the compilation of game winners that I've been showing throughout that the guy is certainly up there for the most clutch fourth quarter baskets. Although most of these timely baskets came in his days in Los Angeles, there were still many others in his time with the Denver Nuggets and eventually the Dallas Mavericks. Now, to be clear, Van Exel wasn't considered as a superstar when he played in the NBA, but really as a star at best, as he made only one All-Star team in the 1997-98 season. He was also never considered as an elite defensive player, as larger point guards often took advantage of his smaller frame. Although he was never among the NBA's league leaders in scoring, it doesn't change the fact that he's one of the most offensively skilled players that the game has seen, and that he had a clutch gene greater than 99% of the competitors who've played in this league. At his peak, he was a near 20 points per game scorer and averaged nearly double-digit assists. Seeing how his game relied heavily upon his quickness and athleticism, he didn't end up having a very long basketball career. Injuries to his knees and elbows played a part as well, and by the time he was 34 years old, he had played his final game in the NBA. He never won a championship, which plays a part in why he's rarely talked about, and it's unfortunate that he was traded from the Lakers for Tony Battie in 1998, because the Shaq and Kobe Lakers often struggled to provide solid production from the point guard position, and Van Exel was a player who seemed to complement Shaquille O'Neal quite well in the couple seasons they actually played together. The Lakers were very stacked with guards at that time, with guys like an emerging Kobe Bryant, Derek Fisher, and Eddie Jones. So with that many ball handlers and scorers, the Lakers may have seen that as a legitimate reason to part ways with Van Exel, in order to create more opportunities for their young stars. Plus, Van Exel did have some chemistry issues with the strong personalities in LA. The biggest issue came in the 1997-98 NBA season. The Lakers finished that regular season with a 61-21 record, and the team had championship aspirations. All four of the Lakers stars, Shaquille O'Neal, Kobe Bryant, Eddie Jones, and Nick Van Exel, made the NBA's All-Star team, and only a handful of teams have ever achieved 4 selections in the same season. The thing is, when the Lakers got to the Western Conference Finals against the Utah Jazz, things were not going nearly as well as they had hoped. The Lakers lost the first game in Utah by a whopping 45 points. They went on to lose games 2 and 3 as well by close deficits. Although many of the Lakers played poorly, Van Exel didn't do much to help, as he shot 1 of 9 in Game 1, 4 of 12 in Game 2, and 2 of 13 in Game 3. Facing a 3-0 deficit, the Lakers had to fight with everything they had in order to keep their finals hopes alive, but one player wasn't very optimistic. At the end of the Lakers' practice before Game 4, nearly every player huddled up, put their hands in the middle, and in unison said 1, 2, 3, team, which they had done throughout the entirety of the season. The thing is, that's not what Van Exel said. In a jokingly manner, he stated 1, 2, 3, Cancun, implying that the Lakers were on their way to a vacation in Cancun after being eliminated. According to Jeff Pearlman's book 3 Ring Circus, the gym went dead quiet. Kobe Bryant looked at his teammate as if he had just spoiled milk. Rick Fox was equally disgusted, whispering, "Can you believe this expletive?" Even Eddie Jones, Van Exel's friend, was taken aback. "What the hell was that about?" he asked. O'Neal went directly to General Manager Jerry West's office to tell him of the incident, to which the veteran executive said bluntly, "After this all ends, Nick is done here." With that story in perspective, it really seems like there was no way of mending the relationship between Van Exel and the Lakers, seeing how the team was made up of fierce competitors and Nick basically just quit on the group. Regardless, the exchange for Tony Battie and Tyronn Lue for Nick Van Exel is certainly one of the worst trades in Lakers history, at least in terms of talent. Ultimately, it's not like the Lakers organization should have a statue made of him outside of Crypto.com Arena. But at the same time, many Lakers fans and NBA fans act like basketball didn't exist in Los Angeles between the Showtime era and the Shaq and Kobe era. But I'm here to tell you that it was actually a very memorable era, filled with many highlights and many late game heroics, thanks first and foremost to this man, the most clutch Laker that no one talks about.
Most of you already know full well that the game of basketball has changed tremendously throughout the years. Arguably the most dramatic and drastic change has been the rise and the prominence of the three-point shot. There's several reasons for the rise of the three-pointer, from the way the rules have changed, to the way the analytics have evolved, and even to the confidence of the players building in terms of what kind of shots they can consistently hit efficiently. With all this being said, there are certain players of years past who made their impact with perimeter shooting at a time where it wasn't even that common. These are the kind of players who fantasize about playing in the modern game, where their skills would have been allowed to shine to an even greater extent, and where they would have been a much hotter commodity in the free agency market. There are many players who fit this description that I won't be mentioning in the video, just because there's too many of them, but here's 8 players who stand out to me as guys who would love to play in today's game. First off, possibly the most obvious choice, Reggie Miller. Reggie is one of the greatest three-point shooters of all time and is one of only 8 players to make the illustrious 50-40-90 club, which means he shot at least 50% from the field, 40% from three-point range, and 90% from the free throw line over the course of an entire season. It's not just that Reggie made a lot of threes, but it's how he made his threes that make him such a smooth transition to today's game. Reggie spent the majority of his playing time on offense zipping all over the court trying to get the ball for a clean look, very similar to the way Steph Curry currently plays. Reggie wore out his defenders because they knew, even in the 90s where significantly less three-pointers were taken, you couldn't give him just a second of daylight because he was going to make you pay for it. In 80s and 90s basketball, you saw a ton of players who were set shooters. They would catch the ball in a stationary position and they shot the ball going straight up and straight down. But now, you're seeing a lot of players shooting as they're coming off screens, and sometimes they're turning to face the basket as they're leaping to take their shot. At times, they're even a little off balance while doing it, but if their shoulders are square and the follow-through is true to form, then it's still very likely to go in. Reggie made a living playing this way, just like modern players do. The major difference is that now, Reggie would have an even bigger green light and would shoot significantly more three-pointers. Let's use one of his best seasons as an example. In the 1989-90 season, Reggie averaged 24.6 points on 51.4% shooting and 41.4% from three-point range on 4.4 three-point attempts per game. Now here's the crazy part. This season that Reggie put up these numbers, teams as a whole were shooting only 6.6 threes per game. Now, in today's game, they're shooting 34.1. That's more than 5 times the amount of three-pointers shot in Miller's season. So I think it's fair to assume that Reggie would shoot at least twice as many three-pointers if he played today, and it's scary to think about what that could have done for his game. Second up is one of the forgotten snipers of NBA history, Dale Ellis. Dale was a bit of a journeyman as he played for 6 different teams over the course of his career. With that being said, he was a legitimate star during his days with the Seattle Supersonics. He was always a great shooter as he shot 40.3% from three-point range over the course of his career. But where he really stood out was in the 1988-89 season, where he had one of the most underrated seasons of basketball history as he scored 27.5 points, 4.2 rebounds, and 1.3 steals on 50.1% shooting and an absurd 47.8% from three-point range. In his career, he participated in 7 three-point contests, winning the event in his impressive 1989 season. Remember the famous bit of trash talk where Larry walked into the locker room on All-Star Weekend before the three-point shootout and said, "Which one of you guys is coming in second?" Well, that was usually Dale Ellis. Next up is Craig Hodges. Craig played in the NBA from 1982 to 1992 and spent most of his years as a member of the Chicago Bulls. He was always basically just a role player as he never averaged more than 11 points per game, and in only one season did he exceed 30 minutes per game. But in terms of pure shooting ability, he's easily one of the greatest of all time. He's arguably the greatest three-point contest performer of all time as well. He won the event in 3 straight seasons from 1990 to 1992. If you adjust for inflation, his 25 points in the event is still the league's record. He shot 40% from three-point distance over his career, with several seasons where he came close to exceeding 50%. It's astonishing that a player who was as deadly of a shooter as Hodges only shot an average of 2 three-point attempts per game, but that just tells you how different the eras were. Fourth is Chris Mullin. The 6'6" small forward was the star of the Warriors franchise well before they became a bandwagon destination. He shot 38.4% over his career from three-point range and came extremely close to a 50-40-90 season several times. Mullin wasn't just a great shooter, but a great scorer all around as he averaged at least 25 points per game for 5 straight seasons. In his prime, he was good enough to make the illustrious Dream Team, who most consider the greatest basketball team ever assembled. But he wasn't just some ordinary piece to the puzzle in those Olympics, but he was actually the team's best shooter by a mile. He was second in three-point attempts, just slightly behind Larry Bird, but he shot a ridiculous 53.8% from that distance while being the team's 4th highest scorer, doing more than his part to secure the gold medal. 5 and 6 on the list are Jack Sikma and Bill Laimbeer. Both of these guys were 6'11" centers and are considered as 2 of the original stretch bigs of the NBA. Sikma had his best seasons from a statistical standpoint in his early years with Seattle, but it wasn't until his final few seasons in his mid-30s with Milwaukee where he suddenly started shooting a significant amount of three-pointers, and in those 3 seasons he shot 35.6%. To even further emphasize how rare these big men shooters were, in each of those 3 seasons only 2 centers were in the top 50 of three-pointers made, Jack Sikma and the other was Bill Laimbeer. Bill is most famous for his violent style of basketball as a member of the Bad Boy Pistons. But outside of that, he would actually love playing in the modern era of basketball, as he was not only a great rebounder, but a solid three-point shooter who often successfully ran the pick and pop with Isaiah Thomas. That's a skill set and play style that would be even more prioritized if he played today. 7th is Mark Price, who's one of the more underrated stars of basketball history. The 6-foot point guard played all of his prime years as a member of the Cavaliers, and in those years, he was frequently among the league leaders in three-point attempts, as well as being a fantastic facilitator and ball handler. With Price's abilities to handle the rock and shoot off the dribble, he would certainly love to play in today's NBA, where that is even more common and encouraged. He was basically the model of efficiency, as he is one of the 8 members of the 50-40-90 club, which came from his 1988-89 season where he averaged 18.9 points and 8.4 assists on 53% shooting, 44% from 3, and 90% from the free throw line. As impressive as that single season was, what might be even more impressive is how he was close to doing a 50-40-90 career. 47% from the field, 40% from 3, and 90% from the free throw line. Next on the list might seem like a bit of a head scratcher, but let me explain. Pistol Pete Maravich. The Pistol was one of the greatest scorers of NBA history, and with his fast break style and incredible ball handling skills, he was very ahead of his time. It might seem weird to suggest a player on this list of three-point shooters who played almost the entirety of his career in the 70s before the three-point shot even existed. With that being said, many who saw him play in those days testified to the fact that he certainly had the range. He had a very beautiful shooting form that looks like modern-day shooting mechanics. In 1977, he averaged 31.1 points as a perimeter shooting guard with no three-point line. I can only imagine what kind of numbers he would have put up if there was a three-point line. The highlight of that season came in a game against the New York Knicks, where he dropped a career-high 68 points. Based on the spots from many of his jumpers that night, his total would have likely been well into the 70s if he had a three-point line. His final season was at just 32 years old. It was the 1979 to 1980 season, which was the NBA's first ever season with the three-point shot. He was well past his prime at this point and was dealing with knee problems. In that small sample size of his career, he made 10 out of his 15 three-point attempts, which is a remarkable 66%. One can only wonder what his career percentage would have been if the three-point line had always been available to him.
So recently, Tracy McGrady has been making headlines as he's been having some strong takes in recent days. One of his recent statements that gained attention was when T-Mac said that he was in the same conversation with Kobe Bryant during his prime. And my response is,
He ain't lying.
I wouldn't even classify this as an opinion from T-Mac. It's just a fact. How do I know this? Because I was there, making these debates with my friends in the early to mid 2000s. My buddy Chuck, who was 30 at the time, had been watching the game for 20 years up to that point, and he was always on Team McGrady. And of course, I argued on behalf of Kobe. I also had a friend at high school that was named Matt, who was religiously debating on behalf of McGrady. Yet, if you go on Twitter, you'll see a bunch of people claiming that McGrady's delusional. He's making stuff up for clout, and this guy specifically even compares him to Paul Pierce for his take. And sadly, 51 casual fans actually agreed with him. I saw people even saying that they were never in the same conversation because Kobe was a leader who won, and McGrady was a guy who was constantly getting bounced in the first round. Simply put, this is revisionist history. You have to remember that narratives and stigmas are shaped over time. In the 2002 to 2003 season, Kobe was putting up these numbers, but a cocky 24-year-old Kobe was not being viewed as a leader. People thought he was a diva, a selfish ball hog, and a guy whose ego wouldn't let him accept his role as a Robin to Shaq's Batman. Many people believed he was a disruption to the locker room chemistry, which is vastly different from the label of a leader. And honestly, those criticisms may have not been inaccurate, considering how his coach Phil Jackson retired a year later and wrote this book where he slandered Kobe's lack of teamwork numerous times. Sure, the Mamba had won 3 championships at that point, but he did that with Shaq as the finals MVP. And at that time, the narrative was firmly in place that Kobe couldn't win a ring without Shaq. Kobe hadn't proven otherwise just yet. On the other hand, in the 02 to 03 season, you had a 23-year-old McGrady who put up these numbers and was the league's leading scorer. At this point, the stigma didn't yet exist that McGrady was damned to be a loser who couldn't get past the first round. For goodness sake, he was just 23 years old and was just starting to show what he could do when he wasn't under Vince Carter's shadow in Toronto. Then you have to consider the different situations. McGrady didn't have the supporting cast that Kobe did, and everyone knew that in 2003. Kobe's second leading scorer was the all-time great Shaquille O'Neal, who was a recent league MVP and was one of the most dominant bigs the game had ever seen. McGrady's second leading scorer was Mike Miller, who never made a single All-Star team. I'm not trying to argue that McGrady was better in that specific time period, but I'm just trying to show why many other people had valid reasons to believe he was. People's denial and ignorance about this generational debate made me wonder what are some other debates that once took place that younger fans today would have a hard time believing. So let's close this chapter on McGrady and Kobe and dive into the next one. Chris Paul versus Deron Williams. Nowadays, I kind of wonder how many young fans even know who Deron Williams is. At the time, the comparisons were only natural, as both players were selected in the 2005 net comparison, as their offensive numbers were nearly identical over that time. The reason the comparison fell off and became forgotten for the most part is because, quite frankly, Williams had one of the most drastic drop-offs that the game of basketball has ever seen. He did have some injuries that affected his career, like his wrist surgery in 2011 and various ankle injuries. The decline in his production in the day. This is my Beckett Price Guide magazine from August 2000. These magazines tell you the market value of NBA trading cards. This magazine was printed just after Kobe Bryant won his first championship, and yet, basically every single set of basketball cards had Vince Carter's cards at a greater value than Kobe Bryant's. The holy grail of Vince Carter's rookie cards was his 98-99 SP Authentic, which was valued at $1,000. The must-have Kobe Bryant rookie card was his 96-97 Topps Chrome, and that was listed at only $500. Now, this is the latest Beckett Price Guide magazine, which is listed as August 2023. That same Vince Carter rookie card is now valued at only $400, and that Kobe Bryant Topps Chrome rookie card is now listed at $1,500. Oh, how things can change in a couple of decades. Again, it's a silly and specific comparison, but I'm telling you, from 1999 to 2001, Vince Carter was the guy that many people were assuming would eventually become the face of the NBA. And to a certain extent, he already was. Heading into the summer of 2004, the Lakers were coming off of a tumultuous season that had championship expectations, yet ended in defeat on the game's biggest stage. Shaq and Kobe's personal beef had grown sour to the point of no return, and with the diesel aging, the front office found themselves in a position where they had to choose one star or the other. Ultimately, they traded the 32-year-old Shaquille O'Neal to the Miami Heat, while Kobe was signed to a 7-year, $136 million contract. Former All-Stars like Karl Malone and Gary Payton also left Los Angeles, which meant that Kobe was left with a roster with below-average talent. The newly acquired Lamar Odom was the best supporting piece that the Mamba had, and many writers and analysts in Los Angeles were saying that Odom was going to be the Scottie Pippen to Kobe's Michael Jordan. Obviously, those were shoes way too big for him to fill, and the Lakers would struggle out of the gates. Former NBA champion head coach Rudy Tomjanovich was hired to be the replacement head coach of Phil Jackson, and was given a 5-year, $30 million contract. He barely saw any of that time though, as Rudy decided to resign from the team only 43 games into the season due to his mental and physical exhaustion. Los Angeles was decent with Rudy as they started the year with a 24-19 record, but they absolutely imploded after he left, as they closed out the rest of the season with a 10-29 record, falling well short of the playoff picture. Kobe clearly didn't have the help he needed, and Los Angeles finished as one of the worst teams defensively. Regardless of the subpar supporting cast, the narrative was now firmly established among the media that Kobe could never win a championship ring without Shaquille O'Neal. Over the next 2 seasons, Kobe started making history on an individual level, as he dropped 81 points in a game against the Raptors, 62 points in 3 quarters versus the Mavericks, and 4 straight 50-point games. The thing is, the supporting cast was still awful, as below-average players like Chris Mim, Kwame Brown, Luke Walton, and Smush Parker were consistently in the starting rotation. Regardless of the lack of legitimate support, Kobe's MVP caliber performances willed the Lakers to the playoffs in back-to-back seasons, but in both years, they were eliminated out of the first round by the Phoenix Suns. This was an extremely rare low moment for the Lakers franchise, as their season ended in the first round or worse 3 years in a row. Kobe was beyond frustrated and was extremely critical of not only his teammates, but of the Lakers' upper management. He was completely done carrying the organization on his back, so Bryant then decided to publicly demand a trade. The narrative that he couldn't win without Shaq was now more prominent than ever before, and even Los Angeles locals like Bill Plaschke from the LA Times was preaching this narrative as well.
Bill, have the Lakers reached a point of no return with Kobe Bryant?
Well, let's see. He's ripped the general manager. He's ripped the owner. He's ripped other players. He's basically ripped the city by saying he don't want to play here. I think they've reached a point of no return. Hello, Lakers, trade him now. It's beyond the point of no return. How much abuse can they take from one guy? And at what point does his value on the court be offset by how much a huge attraction he is off the court, and the fact that even on the court they can't win with him? They've already shown it. They cannot win with him. He doesn't make players around him better. Trade him now. Maybe have a chance to rebuild. The Lakers are about winning. They've never been about selfishness. They've never been about one person. They've always been about a team, about winning. Get rid of him now because you can't win with him.
Fortunately for LA fans, the Lakers management didn't take Bill's advice and decided to keep the Mamba against his will. Regardless, a lot of Laker fans were actually on Plaschke's side and was sick of Bryant's drama and displeasure with the organization. So when the Lakers' 07-08 season finally began, the fans let Kobe hear it, and Staples Center was booing Kobe during player introductions. I repeat, the Staples Center crowd in Los Angeles was booing their own superstar, Kobe Bryant, who had helped them win 3 championships up to that point. Kobe went on to score 45 points in that game, but the Lakers still lost to Houston, which basically continued the theme of the previous 3 seasons. The once prestigious Lakers organization was now being seen as a joke of a franchise, as everyone on the team now seemed at odds with each other, and even the fans were at odds with the superstar that they paid to watch. Even though management decided to keep Kobe for now, it only seemed as if it was a matter of time before the Mamba left in free agency when his contract eventually expired. Nearly every glimmer of hope within the Lakers organization was immediately dashed to pieces. And another example of this was their young emerging center Andrew Bynum, who suffered a season-ending knee injury against the Grizzlies just 35 games into the year. It appeared as if another depressing conclusion to the season was approaching. Through all the constant tension and drama in Los Angeles, the Lakers managed to start the year with a 29-16 record, good enough for the 5th seed in the Western Conference. Regardless of the fact that they were destined for the playoffs, the feeling among basketball circles remained the same, that Kobe and the Lakers were on their way to an early playoff exit, and the trade demands would heat up yet again. This is when the move finally happened that changed the course of Bryant's career, the Lakers' future, and the history of basketball. Jerry West and Mitch Kupchak of the Lakers front office achieved one of the greatest midseason basketball trades of all time. The Lakers acquired the all-star big man Pau Gasol from the Memphis Grizzlies in exchange for Kwame Brown, Javaris Crittenton, Aaron McKie, and the draft rights to Marc Gasol. This move sent shockwaves throughout the league, as the Lakers went instantly from an expected first-round exit to a contender in the Western Conference. Many people believed this acquisition would lead to great things for Los Angeles, but before everyone was convinced, Gasol had to be seen on the floor with the rest of his new squad. The first impression was about as strong as it could have been. On February 5, 2008, Gasol made his Laker debut in a matchup against the New Jersey Nets. He completely controlled the game with 24 points, 12 rebounds, and 4 assists on 67% shooting. The play on the court was beautiful to witness, as the Lakers veterans gelled together as if they had been teammates for years. But on an individual level, Kobe had a horrible game, as he was dealing with an injured finger and only scored 6 points on 3 of 13 shooting from the field and 7 turnovers. You wouldn't know it though if I hadn't told you, as the Lakers won the game comfortably 105-90. Nobody was happier with the outcome and the state of the team than the player who struggled the most, Kobe Bryant. In the post-game interview, Bryant was asked about his thoughts on his new co-star, And this is what he had to say.
Kobe, how nice a feeling is it to know that you can score 6 points and still have a victory come out?
You have no idea. Just make the game so much easier. We had some weapons before. Now we just added a huge one to the team, and we get Big Bynum back. There's a God. There is a God.
Kobe proclaiming that there is indeed a God indicates that he understood the magnitude of the acquisition. The energy completely changed around the Lakers organization overnight, as the feeling of impending despair shifted to hope and optimism. Obviously, Kobe's stance on his trade request was revisited after Powell was in LA, and when asked if the Gasol acquisition strengthened his desire to stay in LA, Kobe responded with a smirk on his face, saying this.
It doesn't hurt. Absolutely not.
To say that Powell was pivotal to the Lakers' success from that point on would be a massive understatement. Even though Gasol was naturally a power forward, he filled the role of the injured Andrew Bynum at the center position throughout the 2008 season. Ultimately, the Lakers lost the 2008 NBA Finals in 6 games to the Boston Celtics, but Gasol would only continue to be an anchor for the team for their next 2 seasons. In the 2008-09 season, Andrew Bynum once again went down with a devastating knee injury, which again moved Gasol to the center position for the majority of the season. In that postseason, Powell averaged 18 points and 11 rebounds on a remarkably efficient 58% shooting from the field. Next year's playoffs was more of the same, and in the NBA Finals matchup against the Boston Celtics, Powell led all players in rebounds and blocks and was second overall in scoring. In the hard-fought 7th game, Gasol dropped 19 points, 18 rebounds, and 4 assists. Not only was he crucial to winning that decisive game, but many people think he deserved the Finals MVP for his contribution in that series. Thanks to his efforts, the Lakers won the NBA championship in back-to-back seasons. Simply put, if it wasn't for Gasol, Kobe doesn't have any rings without Shaq, forever tarnishing his legacy. If it wasn't for Gasol, the Lakers likely never get out of that awful post-Shaq era, which would have been a huge hit to the Lakers' brand and reputation. This is why the Lakers retired his jersey, because he saved the franchise from the dark depths of mediocrity and restored the team to the glory that they've become so accustomed to.
So there's been many different eras in basketball history, and in specifically the 80s, that decade is known for a few major aspects. Magic Johnson and Larry Bird's rivalry, the beginning of Michael Jordan's career, and of course, the Bad Boy Pistons. But outside of that, there's still many talented teams and players who don't get the attention they deserve. Today, upon viewer request, I'm diving into the Western Conference in the 1980s as we evaluate how good and how deep that conference was at this period. We're starting off with the most obvious team, the Los Angeles Lakers. They were a legitimate super team led by their trio of Magic Johnson, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and James Worthy. We already know a ton about the first two. Magic Johnson was the greatest point guard of basketball history, who led the Lakers' fast-paced and high-octane offense to earn the nickname Showtime. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, known as the captain, was still an elite center in the league, although he was past his prime days of the 1970s. Still, he fit in beautifully as a big man in Magic's fast break. And when the Lakers chose to slow it down, there was no better way to get a sure bucket than dropping it into the post where Kareem could use his indefensible skyhook shot. The guy who's the most underrated one in this mix is big game James Worthy, whose nickname was very fitting considering the fact that he was one of the most clutch performers the game has ever seen. He averaged around 20 points per game during his prime, and the 6'9" small forward had one of the quickest first steps the game has ever seen. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. James Worthy deserves his own statue outside of Staples Center. Without him, the Lakers certainly don't win the 1998 NBA championship over the Pistons in 7 games. In that 7th and deciding game, James dropped 36, 16, and 10 on 68% shooting and was named the Finals MVP of that series. Along with that all-time great trio, they also had a significant amount of depth, including their 6'5" shooting guard, Michael Cooper, who was a part of all 5 of their championship runs that decade. Cooper was one of the original 3-and-D type of players, and he's one of the great defensive players that most young viewers have never heard of. He made 8 straight all-defense teams that decade and was the 1987 Defensive Player of the Year. They also had a quality transition scorer in Byron Scott, and they also had a 6th Man of the Year candidate, Michael Thompson, in the second half of the decade. Considering how overpowered this juggernaut was, it's no wonder they represented the West in the NBA Finals 8 out of 10 seasons. The second team we're looking at is the Houston Rockets. They were not great in the first half of the decade, but after acquiring Hakeem Olajuwon in the 1984 draft, that all would quickly change. The Twin Tower combination of Ralph Sampson and Hakeem Olajuwon quickly made them prominent contenders in the West. They also had key scoring sparks like Lewis Lloyd and Robert Reed. They made it as far as the NBA Finals in 1986, and after they had defeated the favored Lakers in the West Finals, the hype around this team was immense. With Hakeem at the age of 23 and Sampson at the age of 25, it seemed as if it was only a matter of time before the league was theirs. Unfortunately, their success was short-lived, and so was the career of Sampson, as he began dealing with significant back and knee problems that had him out of the league by the time he was barely into his 30s. The next team is one of the less talked about and fascinating gems of the 1980s, and that's the Denver Nuggets. They were led by two solid and relatively unknown stars, Alex English and Fat Lever. Of all the players in the entirety of the 1980s, no one scored more total points than Alex English, who averaged as high as 29.8 points per game in 1986. He was an incredibly efficient 6'7" small forward who had a lethal mid-range jump shot with an extremely high release point that was rarely blocked, which led him to make 8 straight All-Star teams in that era. His co-star was the 6'3" point guard / shooting guard Lafayette Lever, known as Fat Lever for short. Lever was a pretty good distributor and a reliable scorer who was very close to 20 points per game during his prime. With this duo leading the way, Denver had an extremely fast and potent offense. In 6 out of the 10 seasons that decade, Denver led all teams in points scored. They were a contender, and they had a potential championship team if it wasn't for one major problem. They were terrible defensively, and when I say terrible, I mean excruciatingly awful. The concept was basically that the best defense was more offense. Every season that decade, they finished as a bottom 5 team in points allowed, including 4 straight seasons where they were the worst in the entire league. Despite all of their defensive woes, this team still made it to the conference semifinals 4 times, and they made it to the Western Conference Finals in 1985, where they lost in 5 games to the eventual champion Los Angeles Lakers. Then there was the Utah Jazz, who were among the worst teams in the league for the first half of the decade. But around the mid-80s is when they added Karl Malone and John Stockton, and their fortunes began to shift. Malone and Stockton are most famously known for their 2 trips to the NBA Finals in 1997 and 1998, but their best seasons statistically actually came in the late 80s. Nobody really reflects on the 80s Jazz as a Big 3 team, but you could, considering the underrated big man they had down low, the 7'4" monster, Mark Eaton. Despite not being very well known, Mark was one of the greatest defensive players to ever live. To say that it was difficult to score over Mark in the paint would be a massive understatement, as he made 5 all-defense teams, was the Defensive Player of the Year twice, and he led the league in blocks 4 times, including the 1985 season where he averaged 5.6 blocks per game. Officially, that's the highest blocks per game average for a season in NBA history. They also had one of the forgotten great leapers of years past, the 6'4" shooting guard Daryl Griffith. Daryl could score and he had a reliable jump shot, but what he was known for more than anything was his incredible dunks, which earned him the nickname Dr. Duncanstein. He wasn't a great defensive player, but he scored over 20 points a game for his first 5 seasons. Unfortunately, injuries shortened his career, and he began having those injuries right around the time that Malone and Stockton joined the team, so their prime didn't quite overlap, as he was only a 10 to 15 points per game scorer by the time that Malone and Stockton broke out as superstars. Despite being rich in talent, they still were not able to get past Magic Johnson's super team, getting as far as Game 7 of the 1988 West Semifinals, where the eventual champion Lakers closed it out. Another team who was making deep runs in the West playoffs was the well-balanced Dallas Mavericks. Their leading star was the elite scorer, Mark Aguirre, who spent his prime 8 seasons with the Dallas Mavericks before he eventually won 2 championships with the Bad Boy Pistons. He put up strong numbers in his years as a Maverick, averaging as high as 29.5 points per game in 1984. His co-star was the reliable and consistently good scorer, Rolando Blackman. The 6'6" guard was another one of those great mid-range shooters of the 80s, and his prime years saw about 20 points per game on over 50% shooting. Some great role players got their start there as well, like one of the original stretch 4 shooters, the 6'9" Sam Perkins, and a future 6th Man of the Year, the 6'10" Detlef Schrempf. At their best 3-year stretch with their many weapons, this unit was seen as a legitimate threat to the Lakers. And in 1988, they made it to the Western Conference Finals, where they pushed Magic, Kareem, and wore these Lakers to 7 games before Los Angeles closed it out. The last one to highlight is more so a player than an entire team, and that's the 6'10" power forward Tom Chambers. He was a 4-time All-Star and one of the premier scorers of that decade. His greatest performance was a 60-point explosion in a revenge game against his former team. He was an incredible athlete who could play above the rim and has one of the most ridiculous-looking dunks of all time. He spent most of his years in the 80s with the Seattle Supersonics, but it wasn't until he joined the Phoenix Suns that he got his first taste of competing. In 1989, Chambers and Kevin Johnson led the Suns to a 55-27 record, while Chambers was averaging over 25 points per game. They then cruised to the Western Conference Finals before they were swept by the defending champion Lakers. These were pretty much all of the competing teams in the Western Conference during the 80s. Although I do think there was some pretty solid teams, and you could certainly argue that the West 80s was underrated, they certainly weren't as strong as the fiercely competitive Eastern Conference. In the 1980s, there were 25 50-win teams in the Western Conference. In the 80s for the Eastern Conference, there was 35 50-win teams, which pretty much sums up the balance of power during that decade. And that's certainly interesting because it's arguably the last decade we've seen where the East was stronger than the West. The West in the 80s certainly wasn't one of the greatest conferences we've ever seen, but due to the rich Eastern Conference in that decade, and due to the overpowered Lakers representing the West in the NBA Finals 8 out of 10 years, there have unfortunately been some nice teams and quality players who've become lost and overlooked in the game's history.
William Felton Russell, more commonly known as Bill Russell, is one of the most iconic legends of NBA history. He's widely recognized as the game's ultimate winner, as he has more championship rings than any other player of league history with a total of 11. Despite having more rings than fingers, Russell has significantly less hardware than he actually deserves, since he played in the NBA at a time when many accolades and awards had not yet been invented. Honors like the NBA's All-Defensive Teams, the Defensive Player of the Year award, and the Finals MVP did not exist throughout the vast majority of Bill Russell's career. He already has a dominant resume worthy of putting himself in the GOAT argument, but his incredible body of work only becomes tremendously more impressive once you consider the additional awards he likely would have accumulated if they had always been available. Today, we're taking a look at Russell's career and considering its magnificence when the additional accolades are applied to his legacy. First off, let's start by considering Russell's impact and reputation as a defensive player. Bill is respected and remembered for his elite rebounding, his clutch gene, and for his team-first approach. But above all else, Russell is revered for his tenacious and dominating presence on the defensive end, as many of his peers, fans, and basketball enthusiasts in general consider him as the greatest defensive player of NBA history. Unfortunately, the Defensive Player of the Year award did not exist until 1982, and blocks and steals were not an officially tracked stat until 1973, which means there is a lot of details that we don't know about his career defensively. But with that being said, there is a decent amount that we do know about what he achieved defensively. Bill played a total of 13 seasons in the NBA, and during that stretch, he led the NBA in defensive win shares in 11 out of those 13 seasons, in some instances even doubling the amount of defensive win shares as the closest competitor. At one point, he led the league in defensive win shares for an entire decade straight. Remember, this was in the same era when Wilt Chamberlain was also playing his prime basketball, and Russell still had a stranglehold on the league defensively. Wilt finished ahead of Bill in defensive win shares in only one season of his career, and more often than not, it wasn't even close in Russell's favor. Not only that, but his defensive presence in the paint was showing up in the results for his team as well, as Russell's Celtics finished as the NBA's #1 ranked defense in 12 out of his 13 seasons in the league. His defensive impact was so strong that his Celtics were able to win the NBA championship on 3 occasions, while simultaneously being the worst team in the league offensively, which they did in 1961, 1963, and 1964. No other team in league history has ever done that. The Celtics also had the best overall record in the entire NBA in 9 out of his 13 seasons. Remember, Bill Russell won 5 league MVP awards, which is the second most in NBA history, and he won those awards mostly as an acknowledgement of his supreme defense, despite being relatively limited offensively. So it's fair to ask, how many accolades do you think he would have got if they were exclusively about his defense? To put it simply, Russell would have absolutely dominated the Defensive Player of the Year award like no one else has in all of history. He played less than 69 games in only one of his 13 seasons, which means he was almost always eligible for the awards. Based on what we know, on the low end, he's winning as few as 8 Defensive Player of the Year awards, and on the high end, he's winning as many as 11. Either way, he's easily the all-time leader in Defensive Player of the Year's won, as the current record holder is a total of 4 shared by Dikembe Mutombo and Ben Wallace. Even on the low end, Bill would have at least double the amount of DPOYs compared to the closest defender of league history. He's also likely earning a first-team all-defensive spot in anywhere from 9 to 12 seasons of his career. Regardless of whether it's 9, 10, 11, or 12 selections, it's the most in NBA history. If this was all the case, I honestly believe that Bill Russell would stand out more defensively than Michael Jordan or Wilt Chamberlain do offensively, as there would be absolutely no argument about who the greatest defender to ever live was, and it would be laughable to even suggest otherwise. It's important to note that during Bill Russell's era, the awards were actually voted and decided by the players themselves and not by members of the media like it is today.
This means that Russell's dominance defensively wasn't only the perception, but it was also the first-hand on-the-court experience of both his teammates and his opponents, which carries even more weight in my humble opinion. One common perception among players and fans of that generation is that Wilt Chamberlain wasn't always giving 100% effort and energy defensively, and would sometimes visibly take nights off when he wasn't feeling as motivated. This was never something that was a concern for Russell. On the contrary, Russell was known to be absolutely obsessive about competing, as he would sometimes build an anxious anticipation in the pregame to the point of vomiting. Russell's all-consuming desire to win undeniably resulted in him giving the most effort possible on the court defensively on a night-to-night basis. Another crucial award that did not exist throughout Bill Russell's career was the Finals MVP, which is a pretty unfortunate detail for a guy who won 11 championship rings. Michael Jordan certainly has an argument, but Bill Russell may just be the ultimate clutch performer, as he has a perfect 10-0 record in deciding 7th games in the postseason, and he was ridiculously productive in those do-or-die games. The NBA Finals as a whole were not much different, as Russell had a knack for performing his best when games mattered most. I've researched all of his performances in the NBA Finals, and I definitely think he's winning the award in these finals, and he's possibly winning the award in these finals, which means that on the low end, he's winning as few as 7 Finals MVPs, and on the high end, he's winning as many as 10 Finals MVPs. Either way, it's the most in NBA history. Now that we've analyzed and broke down all of these factors, let's take a look at Russell's complete resume as it should be. With all of this hardware added to his resume, what do you think it does for his legacy and for his ranking on the NBA's all-time list? I'll just say simply that it would clearly do a lot.
For 9 seasons of basketball history, the ABA, known as the American Basketball Association, was a competitor to the NBA until the two leagues merged in 1976. During its lifespan, the ABA had around 10 teams in its league. Before the ABA had merged with the NBA, it was a league known for its free-flowing style, its small ball lineups, and it was actually the league that first introduced the three-point shot, which many people in the NBA thought was too gimmicky for a while. Many people in the basketball community, including viewers in my own comment sections, have been debating how the ABA stacked up against the NBA from a competition standpoint during that era. I would certainly love to hear some perspectives from people who are old enough to have witnessed those leagues, so if that's you, please let me know your thoughts in the comment section. The thing is, the NBA all-time lists do not recognize the achievements of the ABA, so all of their points, rebounds, MVPs, championships, and so on don't count towards the player's overall resume, and therefore alters where many great players could rank on the all-time lists. This has been especially devastating to all-time great players who spent time in both the ABA and the NBA. So what if we took into account everything that took place in the ABA as well, whose legacies would be impacted the most? I've evaluated many careers of NBA players, and these are the ones that really stand out. First off, Moses Malone. If you've been following my channel for some time, then you've probably heard me say that Moses Malone is the most underrated center in NBA history. But I've been saying this simply based on what he accomplished in his NBA career. If you include his ABA seasons, he becomes even more impressive. These are the stats and accolades he was able to stack up in the totality of his career of both the NBA and the ABA. With his 2 ABA seasons included, he goes from 5th on the all-time rebounds list to 3rd overall, only behind Bill Russell and Wilt Chamberlain. Something that many fans don't know about Moses Malone is that he's easily the greatest offensive rebounder in basketball history. He was an absolute beast when it came to battling for position, securing the boards, and giving his team second-chance opportunities. On the NBA's all-time offensive rebounds list, Moses Malone is the history's leader, and no one else is even remotely close. If you include his seasons with the ABA, that gap gets even more dramatic. To even further emphasize how ridiculously dominant he was on the offensive boards, consider this comparison: Kevin Garnett and Moses Malone, both big men who played 21 seasons in their basketball career, and Garnett actually played in 7 more games than Moses did. KG is one of the greatest rebounders of all time, and at one point, he won 4 straight rebounding titles. Yet as impressive as KG was at getting rebounds, Moses has well over twice as many offensive rebounds in his career than Garnett did. If that doesn't tell you how unparalleled Moses was on the offensive boards, then absolutely nothing will.
The next player we're looking at is the 6-foot point guard Louis Dampier, who played 3 seasons in the NBA with the San Antonio Spurs, but he played his 8 best seasons before that in the ABA with Kentucky. Louis was a great 3-point shooter, and when I say great, I mean he was elite even by today's standards. He shot 35.8% from 3-point distance over the course of his career, which is good, but the volume is the stunning part. During his prime in 1969, he was shooting 7.1 3-point attempts per game. This is how unique his volume of threes was in that era. In that same season that he averaged 7.1 attempts per game, the league average for an entire team was 5.9 per game. On an individual level, that many attempts would rank him in the top 20 players in today's NBA. If you want to talk about a player who was ahead of his time, there isn't many better examples than Louis, as it was common for him to spot up in the corner for a 3 even on a 2-on-1 fast break. In 1969, he made 199 3-pointers over the course of the season, and then followed it up by making 198 in 1970. It took nearly 3 decades for someone in all of basketball to eclipse that total. He averaged as high as 26 points per game in 1970, and by the end of his ABA career, he was the league's all-time leading scorer with nearly 14,000 points. Many of you have never even heard of this guy before this video, but if ABA achievements counted, many of you would know him as one of the pioneer shooters of the game, and as one of the great players of basketball history. Next up is Spencer Haywood. Given enough time, and almost every star eventually becomes underrated, but this is definitely a major case for Haywood. His NBA career saw him play with several teams, including the Sonics, the Knicks, and the Lakers. The 6'8" power forward only played 1 season in the ABA, which was his rookie season, but what a debut season it was. He was an incredibly talented and graceful big man who had fantastic dribbling skills and would often score in spurts with his solid mid-range shooting. In his debut season, he averaged 30 points and 19.5 rebounds on 49.3% shooting. Despite it being only his rookie year, he led the league in points, rebounds, and minutes while playing all 84 games in that regular season. He also led his Denver Rockets to a 51-33 record and was named that season's MVP at only the age of 20. If ABA achievements were acknowledged, then this rookie campaign would be on the short list of the greatest rookie seasons of basketball history. Here's the career accolades of the famous San Antonio Spur, George the Iceman Gervin. Now, with the ABA stats included, his All-Star appearances and his All-Basketball Team appearances dramatically increase. The all-time great scoring small forward, Rick Barry, now steeply increases his All-Star appearances, his All-Basketball Team appearances, and goes from 70th place on the all-time scoring list to the 24th spot overall, which now puts him ahead of guys like Jerry West, Allen Iverson, and Dwyane Wade. All-time great center Artis Gilmore strongly improves his resume as he gets more All-Star appearances, more rebounding titles, efficiency titles, and climbs significantly up the all-time lists in both scoring and rebounding. Guys like Dan Issel, Connie Hawkins, and Jimmy Jones also significantly improve their legacies. One of the biggest impacts would be how we see the man known as Dr. J, Julius Erving. The Doctor had a lot to his game, as the 6'7" small forward was one of the most athletically gifted players the league has ever seen. His unique style, flair, and dominance have led many old-school basketball fans to refer to him as the Michael Jordan before there was Michael Jordan. If you want a breakdown of his impact and greatness, then you can watch my How Good Was Julius Erving video. It's no question that the Doctor was one of the greatest basketball players to ever live. But if you include his dominant years in the ABA, he now legitimately enters the GOAT conversation, as his championships, his MVPs, his All-Star selections, his All-Team selections, and even his scoring titles dramatically increase. He also skyrockets from 72nd on the all-time scoring list to the 8th spot overall, putting himself ahead of legends like Moses Malone, Shaquille O'Neal, and Hakeem Olajuwon. With all this being said, it's understandable to an extent why the NBA almost never acknowledges the achievements of players from a former league that they were once competing with. There's also the question of competition and the strength of the leagues to consider. So, here's my question to you guys. Do you think the ABA stats and accolades should count on the all-time lists? Should they be treated as the same as all the other stats of the NBA's history? Let me know your thoughts in the comments section. Paul Anthony Pierce, an NBA champion and one of the great Celtics of basketball history. A couple years ago, in a statement that probably still haunts him to this day, Pierce said that he was a better player than Dwyane Wade, and most of the basketball community roasted him for it. But is it really as ridiculous as it sounds? Paul has been known to make a lot of bold claims in his time as an analyst, and in my opinion, this one was far from the craziest. Today, we're taking a look at the career, talent, and legacy of the Boston Celtics legend, and we'll start as we always do, by taking it back to the beginning of his career. Pierce was selected with the 10th overall pick in the 1998 NBA draft by the Boston Celtics. The 6'7" small forward didn't waste any time making his imprint on the league. He wasn't the most athletically gifted player, but he had many skills on offense. As he was an elite perimeter shooter, he was a good finisher around the rim, and he had a solid step-back jumper in the days where most players weren't using it. In his rookie season, he averaged 16.5 points, 6.4 rebounds, 2.4 assists, and 1.7 steals on 43.9% shooting. He also shot 41.2% from three-point range, which was the 11th best efficiency in the entire league. This season-long performance earned him a spot on the NBA's All-Rookie team. Boston was a very young and inexperienced team at this point, so they only finished with a 19-31 record in that lockout-shortened season. But their fortunes would soon turn around, right around the same time that Pierce would break out as a legitimate superstar. But not before he would experience one of the worst evenings of his life that would derail many individuals. On September 25th of the year 2000, at a Boston nightclub, 3 stupid and jealous individuals stabbed Paul Pierce 11 times in his face, his neck, and his back, and left him to die in a pool of his own blood. Fortunately, his teammate Tony Battie put Pierce in his car and rushed him to the hospital. The doctors were able to save Paul's life, but he had to have surgery to repair his collapsed lung. One of the stab wounds was just an inch away from hitting Paul's heart. Everyone would understand Paul needing a significant amount of time to recover, not just physically, but even mentally, as Paul dealt with ongoing PTSD from that evening. Despite the healing process and that traumatic experience, Pierce was still ready at the start of the NBA regular season just roughly a month later. Not only that, but he played all 82 games in that season, proving himself to be one of the toughest players the league has ever seen. One of the signature performances from that season came on March 13, 2001, against the defending champion Lakers in Staples Center. He was pretty much unstoppable, scoring in a variety of ways regardless of who was defending him. He put up 42 points, 6 rebounds, and 4 steals on 68.4% shooting. After the game, Lakers center Shaquille O'Neal was asked in an interview about Pierce's performance, and Shaq said, "Write this down. Paul Pierce is the mother effing truth." Since that day, Pierce's most iconic nickname has simply been The Truth. The following season, Pierce would lead his Celtics to their first playoff berth in nearly a decade, and he did it with monstrous numbers of 26.1 points, 6.9 rebounds, 3.2 assists, and 1.9 steals on 44.2% shooting. He was third in the league in overall three-point attempts, and yet he still shot 40.4% from that distance. He also led the entire league in total points that season. The tandem of Pierce and Antoine Walker led the Celtics to a 49-33 record, and they made it through the first 2 rounds of the playoffs before losing to the New Jersey Nets in the Eastern Conference Finals in 6 games. This is the closest Pierce would get to the NBA Finals before the Boston Big Three assembled later in his career. With that being said, this period was actually the strongest point of his career from an individual standpoint. After a disappointing 06-07 campaign in which he dealt with injuries, Boston shook the basketball world by trading for both Ray Allen and Kevin Garnett. Naturally, all 3 superstars including Pierce took a step back in terms of individual production, but it was worth it for the overall team success that they were experiencing. The Celtics went from being a 24-win team in 2007 to a 66-win team in 2008, which was the greatest team improvement in NBA history. Pierce led his entire team in scoring and was once again named an All-Star. As most of you know, he led the Celtics to win the NBA championship over the Lakers in 6 games, and he was named the Finals MVP with his iconic performance coming in Game 1 where he returned from injury to seal the victory for Boston. More on this performance in a bit. The Celtics only won 1 championship in the Big Three era, but if they had been healthy, there's a great chance they would have won as many as 3 championships, as Kevin Garnett's knee injury caused him to miss all of the 2009 playoffs, and Kendrick Perkins missed Game 7 in the NBA Finals in 2010, which was a game where his rebounding and his help with interior defense may have been a determining factor. Regardless, throughout his Celtics days, and even into his days with Brooklyn and Washington, Pierce remained one of the most reliable and clutch shooters that the league had to offer. He finished out his career in 2017 as a member of the Los Angeles Clippers. Looking at his career as a whole, Pierce was a 10-time All-Star, he made 4 All-NBA teams, he's an NBA champion, and was the 2008 Finals MVP. I really think Pierce was a lot better than most people realize, and a big